Chapter 41:18. Damn it, the one following behind is the Fengdu demon tiger. Quickly run, we can't stop it. What bad luck, a young man sneaked in previously. Although we didn't die or get injured, we lost all our face. We originally wanted to make a contribution, but it looks like there's no hope this time. Run and pray for your own fortune. When the Yu family's senior brother in the lead saw the situation, he consumed a poison avoidance pill and headed for the poisonous miasma forest. If they stayed outside, they would become the Fengdu demon tiger's food. Fortunately, the Yu family destroyed the Qi family and obtained a large amount of wealth from the other factions. Almost everyone who came in had a poison prevention pill. It just happened to come in handy. The rest also consumed the poison avoidance pills one after another and ran into the poisonous miasma forest. These people have good eyesight. Yang Mao originally thought that there would still be a battle, but he did not expect that this group of cowards from the Yu family actually all fled. Hence, he entered the poisonous miasma forest together with Ghost Sword. Yunao was being chased by that Fengdu demon tiger and did not have time to think at all. She swallowed the poison avoidance pill and rushed in. In her opinion, she had the poison avoidance pill, while the Fengdu demon tiger did not. Even if that demonic beast was very powerful after being poisoned, it would also slowly weaken. This poisonous miasma forest was the key to avoiding danger. The Fengdu demon tiger was also a brainless fool, actually really diving in headfirst. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts, unable to compare to intelligent life. Even if they gained intelligence, they were still unbelievably stupid. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the surrounding situation. The dense forest wrapped in green poisonous miasma appeared even more bizarre. Furthermore, the trees here were extremely tall. He estimated that a tree's height had to reach several hundred meters. In any case, he could not see the end at a glance unless he opened the Taiji eye. Those leaves covered the sky and the sun, causing the dense forest to have no light at all, unless it was a martial artist. Otherwise, ordinary people would immediately lose their lives if they entered here. Along the way, he discovered several corpses. Their deaths were all extremely bizarre. They were all martial artists of the Yu family, and they had all died not long ago. More than an hour had passed, and he still did not see a living person. Help! Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream not far in front of him. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. The screams were filled with fear and panic. Clearly, they encountered something that could not be solved. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao instantly entered the shadow dancer form and moved forward. His speed was not very fast, because if he encountered danger, he could adjust in time. At the same time, he activated his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This damned place was not safe at all. All sorts of dangers could happen. About a few minutes later, he finally saw hundreds of figures in front of him. They were fleeing out of the poisonous miasma forest in panic. What's chasing them? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Senior brother, that won't do. We've already lost dozens of people, and we still don't know how they died. Every person who died had their true essence sucked dry, leaving nothing behind. It seems to be the cultivation method of an evil demon. Bullshit! Aren't we just demonic cultivators? Don't talk nonsense. There must be some kind of monster in this damned place. If we had the time to talk, we would have escaped long ago. The leader of these few hundred men was an early 8th Divine Corps warrior from the Yu family. At the age of 49, he was 1 year away from being qualified to enter the Fengdu Devil Forest and fight for the heavenly devil blooming flower. But there was no doubt about his talent. Putting aside Ling Xiao and the other abnormal geniuses, anyone who could break through to the heavenly core realm before the age of 50 was a genius. This man's name was Yu Zhangzong. He looked simple and honest, but in fact, he was very smart. But today, he had fallen into a state of panic. In the poisonous miasma forest, an unknown enemy had caused everyone to panic. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big Brother is here." In a corner, two early 7th Divine Corps warriors were hugging each other. There were tears and fear in their eyes, and regret. As warriors, it was normal for them to participate in the fight for the heavenly devil blooming flower. But they never expected that the fight would be so terrifying. "Big Brother, what kind of monster is attacking us? It specializes in sucking true essence. This is terrifying. I heard from senior disciple Zhangzong that all our dead brothers' inner cores shattered and disappeared." The young girl held onto her big brother tightly. Her eyes were filled with panic. The big brother looked around cautiously. Then he comforted the young girl. "Don't be afraid. Big Brother is here. No matter what kind of monster comes, Big Brother will protect you." But this time, the young girl didn't say anything. The young man turned around and looked at the young girl. He saw a green thread wrapped around the young girl's neck. The thread was too thin. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Right now, the young girl couldn't speak anymore. Her life had been taken away. Her soul had been cruelly torn apart. "No!" The young man shouted out loudly. He crazily circulated his true essence and slapped towards the thin thread. But in the next moment, he stopped moving. More thin threads appeared. In the pitch-black poisonous miasma forest, it looked like a trap set by the god of death. Right before the young man died, he finally saw the owner of the thin thread. "Spider!" He shouted out loud with all his might. He told everyone what he had seen. Ling Xiao heard the sound as well, and he felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how brave he was when he saw someone being killed like this, he still felt a chill run down his spine. That spider should be the legendary shadowless spider. The spider silk of these guys could change color according to the surrounding environment. It was full of poison and could absorb a martial artist's true essence. It could be said that it was the thing martial artists feared the most. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to understand something. When he entered this poisonous miasma forest, he didn't see any other monsters. He originally thought it was caused by the poisonous miasma. But now it seemed that it was the work of these shadowless spiders. The shadowless spiders were extremely small. They were only the size of a fingernail. Once they hid in such a dark environment, it was really too difficult to find them. "Run!" Yu Zhangzong knew very well how terrifying the shadowless spiders were. These spiders weren't very strong. But once they were in the poisonous miasma, they were almost invincible. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. So he tore a talisman, wrapped it around his body, and quickly fled outside. The others were also in chaos, fleeing in all directions in fear. This escape was to the satisfaction of the shadowless spiders. They began to crazily harvest lives. The poor martial artists of the Yu family originally followed Yu Zhangzong because they believed in him. Who would have thought that Yu Zhangzong would abandon them and flee at the critical moment? Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze. He wasn't interested in caring about the Yu family. It would be good enough if he didn't kill them. How could he save them? He continued to maintain his shadow warrior form and walked into the poisonous miasma forest. The dangerous thing here had been confirmed to be the shadowless spiders. So for him, the next step would be much simpler. End of chapter. Chapter 41:19. Yu Zhangzong and the rest were ambushed by the shadowless spiders. Ling Xiao continued to advance in his shadow dancer form because he believed that there would definitely be good things in this dangerous place. On the other side, Yuna was also in trouble. Countless strange threads shot toward her. If she hadn't used the talisman to activate her defense, she would have become a delicious meal for the shadowless spider. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. This was because the silk of the shadowless spider could continuously absorb true essence. The defensive layer seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Yuna hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish her true essence, but her complexion was still extremely ugly. Run! She began to realize that this strange poisonous miasma forest was even more terrifying than the Fengdu devil tiger. Thus, he turned around and fled. However, the dense spiderwebs blocked her way. She attacked with all her might. Although many of them had been destroyed, the spiderwebs seemed to be endless. The fact that it would recover after being severed made her heart turn cold. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to fight for the demonic Sirius. This was too terrifying. Ever since Xiao Chun entered the Fengdu demonic forest, he had not had a peaceful time. He was not chased by demonic beasts. It was a strange, poisonous miasma. Now, he had even encountered this terrifying, shadowless spider. She really wanted to cry. Boom! Just as she was desperately trying to escape, a spider web suddenly shattered in front of her. The trees were constantly breaking apart. A huge demonic beast appeared in front of her. If it wasn't the Fengdu demonic tiger, what else could it be? This big guy had actually chased them all the way in. She was shocked and could only close her eyes and wait for death. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the Necropolis demonic tiger let out a miserable shriek. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Yuna opened her eyes and saw that the Fengdu demonic tiger had been entangled by countless spider webs. The demonic aura was constantly being sucked away. The Fengdu demonic tiger also became more and more irritable and crazy. Chance! While the Fengdu devil tiger was fighting against the shadowless spider, Yuna scuttled out. The Yu family's wealth helped her, allowing her to release a strong defense to protect herself. As for the Necropolis devil tiger, no matter how strong it was still only an early 8th level divine core warrior. There was no way he could fight against the shadowless spider. Yuna, who was running wildly, turned back to take a look. That sturdy Fengdu devil tiger had finally fallen to the ground. Countless threads completely sucked its demonic aura dry. The king of the forest had died, just like that. This damned place was really too scary. This should be the deepest part of the poisonous miasma forest. There is indeed a secret. Ling Xiao looked at the collapsed building in front of him. Although it had collapsed, the entrance was still intact. He should be able to enter. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know what was inside. Ling Xiao smiled and walked in. To him, there was nothing in this world that was worth him retreating to. He knew that the treasure could be in this collapsed building. It was impossible for him to leave. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. In a flash, he had already entered the building. Although it had collapsed, the main structure was still intact. It was enough to show that this construction technique was quite powerful. Opening the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao completely ignored the darkness here. When he reached the deepest part of the building, he sensed that someone had indeed been here. And it wouldn't have been long. It should have been within a month or two. It can't be that demon emperor, right? Could this be where the heavenly demon epiphyllum is hidden? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he opened the last door of the building. At that moment, the dazzling light almost made him temporarily blind. He hurriedly closed his eyes and hid to the side, because the moment a warrior closed his eyes was very dangerous. If someone ambushed him, it would be troublesome. After waiting for a moment, When his eyes adjusted to the light, Ling Xiao looked behind the door. He really found a treasure land. However, it wasn't the heavenly demon epiphyllum, but all kinds of treasures. Needless to say, gold, silver, and jewelry were all stored in various boxes. Because the boxes had been in disrepair for a long time, they were scattered on the ground. These were very precious to craftsmen and ordinary people. To warriors, they were also good materials for refining pills. Of course, they couldn't compare to spirit stones. And here, other than gold and jewelry, there was a large number of spirit stones. Moreover, they weren't high-grade spirit stones. They were supreme-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones, and there were close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones here. It seemed that supreme-grade spirit stones were the real currency among the top experts in the 4 major regions. High-grade spirit stones were no longer useful. Ling Xiao hurriedly put everything into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. The gold and jewelry could be used to strengthen his empire. After all, there were still many ordinary people in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Even warriors with weaker cultivation needed these things, not to mention the large number of projects that required these things. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't reject them. He wanted to keep those 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. He would probably only use them when he reached the divine body realm. He would just treat them as his stock. He kept the gold, jewelry, and spirit stones. The entire building became much more spacious. Some inconspicuous things were also exposed. There were 10 jars of wine on the ground, and a strong fragrance filled the air. The effects of these wines were clearly written on them. The first was called Vitality Wine. After drinking it, it could replenish one's vitality. Even a core realm warrior could guarantee that his vitality would be replenished by more than half. The second was called True Origin Wine. As the name suggested, it could replenish one's true origin. The third was called Soul Wine. It could replenish one's soul force. The fourth was called Tiger Wolf Body Tempering Wine. It could temper one's body. Different from the previous 3, this was a good wine that could improve one's black tortoise divine body. Ling Xiao decided to just sit there and gulp down the entire jar of wine. He could feel it. The moment the wine entered his body, all the cells in his body began to change. Ling Xiao's body began another round of tempering under the fragrance of the wine. After an hour, Ling Xiao could feel that his black tortoise divine body was about to break through to the next level. He was about to break through to the 8th grade Emperor realm. But the effect of this tiger wolf body tempering wine was too strong, and he couldn't absorb it yet. Perhaps he would need to fight in order to break through. He didn't waste any more time. He put away the other 3 wines. No matter which wine it was, they were all priceless treasures. Even a 9th grade divine core warrior would crazily fight for them if he saw them. This jar of wine, if he drank 1 mouthful at a time, he would be able to drink at least a few hundred mouthfuls. Aside from these 4 jars of wine, there was also a box of memory metal. All the books recorded in the box were martial skills. It was a pity that these martial arts manuals were no longer of much use to Ling Xiao. They were all martial skills below the 7th grade Emperor realm. They would have to fill the national treasury. These were the things the Heavenly Dynasty lacked. After all, ever since the Heavenly Dragon Continent had developed, the laws of the world had become more flexible than before. But the number of martial skills was still inferior to others. These things were necessary. End of chapter. Chapter 41:20. There's actually a teleportation array there. At this moment, the teleportation array was dark and gloomy. Hiding in the corner, it was covered by the gold and jewelry from before. When Ling Xiao put away all the other things, he could finally see its existence. Ling Xiao walked over and looked at the structure of the teleportation array. It was very simple to open it. He was an array master himself, so he could naturally do it. But after opening it, he didn't know where he would be teleported to. But since he was already here, if he didn't try, he would probably regret it. What if the heavenly demon epiphyllum was where the teleportation array led to? Even if it wasn't the heavenly demon epiphyllum, it could be other treasures. This teleportation array used so much gold and silver to hide so many treasures, so there must be something unusual about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. This was the way to open the teleportation array. This teleportation array must have been left behind by the Demon Emperor, which was why there was such a strange way to open it. Buzz. Following a wave of energy, Ling Xiao's vision turned black. He couldn't see anything. However, he had obviously experienced this kind of teleportation array too many times, so he didn't care. A moment later, light appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao found himself in a sealed space. There were walls all around. It was very oppressive. Ling Xiao frowned and began to observe the situation here. Except for the hard walls around him, there was a table in the middle of the space. On the table, there was a jade slip. The jade slip was carved from white jade, and it was suffused with a faint luster. It was probably something that the Demon Emperor had left here. Thinking of this, he opened his Taiji eye to observe. He didn't notice any traps. So he went forward and took the jade slip in his hand. There were no words on the jade slip. There was nothing special about it. This made Ling Xiao frown involuntarily. This Demon Emperor really knew how to play tricks. Since he wanted to give someone something, he should have just given it. What an old urchin. He looked at the finger that he had bitten. It had already healed. He had no choice but to take another bite. He dripped it on the jade slip. Sure enough, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been sucked into a special space. This should be a battlefield. The air was filled with a terrifying killing intent. The ground was littered with corpses. Roar! Suddenly, a roar could be heard. A gigantic heavenly demon appeared on the screen. This heavenly demon should be the first batch to arrive at the Black Tortoise Continent. Its body was enormous, at least several hundred meters long. With a single stomp, the ground began to crumble. When he sneezed, sand and pebbles would fly around like a storm. The combat strength of this monster had most likely surpassed the divine core realm. However, such a heavenly demon suddenly panicked. In the void, a gigantic hand that covered the sky appeared. This hand was like the falling of the heavens. He slapped the heavenly demon's body. The heavenly demon was instantly reduced to ashes. There was nothing left. What a terrifying palm technique. Ling Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he had already returned to that room. A string of information appeared in his mind. Heaven-covering palm. How domineering! The power of the heaven-covering palm felt even more terrifying than the 12 divine beasts technique. Similarly, he couldn't tell its grade. It seemed to be the power of his physical body. The stronger his physical body was, the more powerful this palm technique would be. Comprehend the heaven-covering palm within 10 days. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave this place. A voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao knew it was the voice left behind by the Devil Emperor, but he didn't care. The Devil Emperor was definitely not here, and this was just a small trick. Comprehend this ultimate skill in 10 days. For geniuses like Qi Niming and Qi Yaoguang, it was very difficult, but for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Did he really need 10 days? 24 hours passed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. He opened his eyes. He looked like a devil god. His eyes were filled with the intent of destruction. Heaven-covering palm. He furiously roared and struck out with his palm. He felt like something had shattered. After that, he was sent out of the room. He arrived at the treasure vault. He could see that the teleportation formation had disappeared. It's a one-time use item. The Devil Emperor must be looking for someone who can inherit his legacy. Could it be that the Devil Emperor wants to explore the depths of the eternal desert as well? Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation formation that had disappeared. He was very interested in this Devil Emperor. There were two types of devils. The first type was cruel, and murderous. The second type was a devil who did whatever he wanted and acted according to his heart. Ling Xiao felt that sometimes he was similar to the second type of devil. Shaking his head, he was about to leave the building. Suddenly, 3 figures barged into the building. Ling Xiao knew 2 of them, Gui Jian and Yang Mao. Gui Jian was the disciple of the Black Fiend Devil Kingdom's Devil Sovereign, and he was very strong. Yang Mao was one of the young masters of the Yang family. There was also a girl, and she looked unfamiliar. She had a proud expression on her face. Even if she stood next to Gui Jian, she wouldn't show any weakness. She was just slightly weaker than Gui Jian. She should be a peak 8th Divine Core warrior, at the same level as Qi Yaoguang. Why are you here? When Yang Mao saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't believe his eyes. In order to pass through the poisonous miasma forest, he had used up all his pills. If not for Gui Jian's help, he would have been dead by now. As for this Ling Xiao, he was only a peak 6th Divine Core warrior, but he was able to pass through the poisonous miasma forest all by himself. This was unbelievable. Who is he? The girl asked. He's just a nobody. Yang Mao didn't even know Ling Xiao's name. This made things even more awkward. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 men indifferently. Then he started walking away. Stop right there, Yang Mao said with a cold voice. Did you take the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower? Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time on this guy. He just kept walking. Yang Mao immediately became angry. He raised his hand and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Gui Jian. You're no match for him. Gui Jian shook his head. He could sense the frightening energy contained in Ling Xiao's body. Although he wasn't afraid, Yang Mao wouldn't be able to stop him. He's right. You guys better not attack, or else you'll all die. I can feel that the 3 of you are being tortured by the shadowless spider. By the time he reached this place, he was probably already exhausted. If I want to kill you, it won't be too hard. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Mao and said with a cold voice, the reason why he didn't attack was because he didn't want to attract the attention of the shadowless spider. He didn't want to engage in a meaningless battle. Gui Jian furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao was able to see through their predicament with just a glance. They had underestimated the danger here. Even if they wanted to fight, now was not the time. They needed to recover their strength first. As an extreme core warrior, Gui Jian understood the importance of true yuan and stamina. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-21. Hello, my name is Black Pearl. I'm a martial artist from the Black Feather Demon Kingdom. I just want to ask you something. Did you really get the demonic epiphyllum? If you did, I can buy it. Name a price. The girl suddenly said, she's not Black Pearl. She's the young master of the Black Fire sect. Qi Niming suddenly said from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring, she wants the demonic epiphyllum for revenge. Maybe we can become allies. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect the young master of the Black Fire sect to be such a wild beauty. Miss, I can only say that there's no demonic epiphyllum inside. Although I did get some benefits, the fight for the demonic epiphyllum is not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled. I believe you. There was a strange mark between Black Pearl's eyebrows. It looked like a third eye, but it didn't open. However, Ling Xiao was sure that this should be one of Black Pearl's abilities. Do you want to go out together? I can help you. Ling Xiao suggested. Since she was an ally, Ling Xiao wouldn't miss it. In order to save Ling Jiao, he would contact everyone he could. It's not impossible to go together, but let's wait until I recover my quintessential essence. Black Pearl shook her head. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Xiao, but that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. If she was in her current state, both of them would probably die. Did you hear that, kid? Hurry up and scram. Yang Mao shouted, if you dare to say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yang Mao, scaring him so much that he quickly shut his mouth. Although he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, the problem was that he was also very tired. If they really fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Goodbye. Ling Xiao turned and left. He did want to kill Yang Mao, but with Ghost Sword present, it was difficult to do so. Rather than wasting his energy, he might as well leave. When he was outside, he quickly entered the Shadow Dancer form. He walked out of the poison miasma forest. To be able to obtain a divine skill, like the heaven-covering palm here, was already a great harvest for him. However, he still had to work hard for the demonic Sirius. After Ling Xiao left, Ghost Sword and the rest started investigating the collapsed building. Damn it, that brat took all of them. Yang Mao was furious. The current him had already recovered more than half of his true essence. It was all thanks to the pills Ghost Sword gave him. Therefore, he started to talk about killing Ling Xiao again. Chase. Ghost Sword didn't say anything. If there was nothing left, then Ling Xiao must have taken it. He was different from Black Pearl. He did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Unless they checked it for themselves, they would never believe it. Wait for me, young Master Ghost Sword. Yang Mao hurriedly gave chase. Black Pearl sighed. Even though she knew that Ling Xiao wasn't lying, she couldn't make Ghost Sword believe him. He could only take it one step at a time. The three of them had just walked a few hundred meters away from the building. Black Pearl suddenly stopped. Be careful. She warned. What's going on? Ghost Sword asked. Something's coming. It's very fast and very powerful. The mark on Black Pearl's forehead was a special ability. It wasn't an eye technique, but the effect was similar. She could faintly sense a powerful enemy approaching. However, she wasn't sure about the specifics. She was sure that even she and Ghost Sword might not be able to deal with it. Miss Pearl, don't scare us. The shadowless spider in this forest is already very scary. Yang Mao smiled bitterly. Let's go. Finally, the Black Pearl sensed the direction from which the terrifying threat was coming. She ran in the opposite direction. Ghost Sword and Yang Mao hurriedly followed. The reason why they moved together with the Black Pearl was because of the Black Pearl's divine ability, which could help them avoid danger. Did we lose it? Yang Mao asked after a while. We can't. It's too fast. I suspect it's the shadowless Spider Queen. Black Pearl stopped. They couldn't escape. They could only fight. If they had their backs to the enemy, it would be even more dangerous. Right after they stopped, a terrifying explosion sounded out from behind them. After that, a huge spider appeared. Its huge body was the same color as the surrounding trees. If it didn't move, it would be really hard to recognize it. However, the shadowless Spider Queen didn't stop moving. It was very obvious and very terrifying. When they saw the shadowless Spider Queen, the trio's expressions turned serious. Yang Mao's legs were trembling. It's a late 9th Divine Core Demon Beast. Even if the three of us join forces, we won't be its match. I'll stop it. Black Pearl, you find a way out. We'll fight and retreat. Ghost Sword said. Understood. Black Pearl nodded her head. Then she closed her eyes. Her soul energy started spreading out. Although soul energy would be greatly weakened in the Fengdu Devil Forest. However, the mark between her eyebrows was able to reduce this weakening to a minimum. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Right at this moment, the shadowless Spider Queen launched its attack. Countless silk threads shot towards the trio. The spider silk looked ordinary, but it had the terrifying power to kill a martial artist in the ultimate stage of the core realm. And it was extremely fast. Swoosh. Ghost Sword finally made his move. A sword beam in the shape of a crescent moon slashed out. It actually managed to block all the spider webs. But blood trickled down from Ghost Sword's mouth. It was obvious that he had strong combat strength, but the shadowless Spider Queen was even more terrifying. Follow me. Black Pearl suddenly opened her eyes. Then she took out a talisman. The talisman turned into a golden barrier, protecting the trio. They started running away. The escape route had been decided. Now, it was time to see if they could stop the shadowless Spider Queen's crazy attacks. At a time like this, Yang Mao had become a burden. He couldn't be of any help. All he could do was watch in fear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom. The shadowless Spider Queen kept chasing after them. Its terrifying spider silk rained down on the golden barrier like a storm. With every attack, the golden barrier would become much dimmer. Black Pearl was secretly glad that she had brought enough talismans with her when she left. Otherwise, she would have died here today. But they were still far from the exit of the poisonous miasma forest. According to Black Pearl's prediction, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If we can't escape, then let's fight. There are no cowards in the Black Fiend Demon Kingdom. Ghost Sword also noticed that Black Pearl's barrier was getting weaker and weaker, and it was continuously consuming true essence. They could only fight now. This time, he didn't use the sword on his back. Instead, he took out his real weapon from his storage ring, an immortal-grade, Heavenly King artifact weapon. This was given to him by the Black Fiend Demon Kingdom's demon sovereign. It was called the Black Fiend Sword. The Black Fiend Sword was unsheathed. Black light exploded. Sword chi rampaged. A terrifying gully was cut into the shadowless Spider Queen's body. Green blood flowed down continuously. The shadowless Spider Queen let out a terrifying roar. Because it was injured, it became even more violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 41:22. Keep running. Ghost Sword didn't continue fighting after his successful attack. He knew very well that this attack could only injure the Spider Queen, but not destroy its foundation. The Spider Queen's vitality was incomparably strong. It wasn't something he could kill. If he continued fighting, they might all be wiped out. Only by escaping the poisonous miasma forest would the Spider Queen's advantage disappear. They had a better chance of winning if they fought there. The three of them continued running. Along the way, Ghost Sword attacked 3 more times. He almost destroyed half of the Spider Queen's body. He was also heavily injured by the Spider Queen's spider silk and had lost all ability to fight. Damn it, are we really going to die here? Yang Mao glanced at Ghost Sword. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. He actually wanted to throw Ghost Sword to the Spider Queen as bait and create a chance for him to escape. But Black Pearl was here, so he couldn't do it. He had no choice but to give up. Take care of Ghost Sword. I'll do it. Black Pearl took out 6 talismans. She activated her true essence and released it. Talismans could be used directly, but their power was nothing to brag about. But if they were infused with true essence, their power would naturally be different. The 6 talismans exploded in a terrifying manner. The surrounding trees were blown up into the air. The violent waves that were created overturned the shadowless Spider Queen. Great! Yang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he had taken care of the Spider Queen, but the next moment the ground shook. The Spider Queen let out an even more terrifying cry. Black Pearl's body was pierced by several threads. If not for her powerful cultivation, she would have died. Useless trash. Yang Mao coldly snorted and kicked Black Pearl's back, sending him flying. Then he carried Ghost's sword and fled. He had planned to use Ghost's sword as bait. But now that he had Black Pearl, Ghost's sword had to stay as a bodyguard. Ghost's sword owed him a favor, so he naturally wouldn't cause any more trouble. This guy also had many talismans on him. He didn't use any just now, but now he used all of them. They were all used to escape. He left Black Pearl and the Spider Queen far behind. Black Pearl never thought that she would end up like this. As the young master of the Black Fire sect, he was still too inexperienced. He had actually been tricked by his peers. At this moment, she no longer had any ability to resist. Only death awaited her. She closed her eyes, filled with regret. If she was given another choice, she definitely wouldn't be so naive. Yang Mao, that kind of despicable person, should have been killed from the beginning. However, death did not come. Black Pearl felt like she was being held up. She opened her eyes in surprise. "It's you." It was unbelievable that the person who saved her was the man she looked down on. "You're welcome. My name is Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao also threw the Black Pearl into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. She was handed over to Qi Yaoguang. As for him, he had to face the heavily injured Shadowless Spider Queen alone. If the Shadowless Spider Queen had been at its peak, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. However, the Shadowless Spider Queen was already heavily injured. What did he have to fear? "Don't be stupid. Hurry up and run. That guy isn't someone you can handle," the Black Pearl shouted in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. However, Ling Xiao ignored him. He looked at his hands. A terrifying aura was brewing. That palm in the small room was affected by the Demon Emperor's seal. Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful it was. This time, he wanted to test the true power of the heaven-covering palm. A destructive will was released from his right palm. The Shadowless Spider Queen had already caught up, although half of its body was already rotten beyond recognition. No one dared to underestimate it. Its frightening attack power, its frightening venom, it could still make any martial artist tremble in fear. Heaven-covering palm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao let out a thunderous voice. He pushed out his right hand. A gigantic palm suddenly appeared in the void. It fell from the sky. It was extremely fast. It accurately hit the Shadowless Spider Queen. Boom! The ground was directly shattered. The Shadowless Spider Queen was directly smashed into pieces. Only the demon beast core flew in the wind. It wanted to escape. "Can you escape? Take it." Ling Xiao reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. The demon beast core was absorbed into the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The demon beast core was still uncontrollable. He had to rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul to slowly erase the Shadowless Spider Queen's wildness, until the day the Shadowless Spider Queen's wildness was completely erased. It would belong to him. After killing the Shadowless Spider Queen and taking the demon beast core, Ling Xiao quickly went to the exit. Once the Shadowless Spider Queen died, the poisonous miasma forest would lose its overlord. A large number of demon beasts would definitely appear. It was better to escape early. After finding a safe place outside, Ling Xiao released the Black Pearl. Qi Yaoguang was also released. The Black Pearl's injuries were basically healed. Of course, this was all thanks to Ling Xiao's healing pills. If he wanted an ally, he naturally had to be willing to invest. Anyway, Ling Xiao had gained a lot this time, so he wasn't stingy. The Black Pearl looked at Ling Xiao in shock, as if she had just met this man. Is there a flower on my face? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, how on earth did you do it? The Black Pearl couldn't help but say. Compared to you, I feel like I have a body full of strength, but I'm completely like an idiot, unable to use it. You don't need to be modest. In the end, you still have too little combat experience. As for me, I just basked in the limelight. You guys beat the shadowless Spider Queen half to death. I only gave it the finishing blow. Ling Xiao was very modest. That was because vanity was meaningless to him. He preferred practical benefits. No matter what, the Black Pearl, have never admired anyone other than my mother. But today, I prostrate myself in admiration of you. You used your low cultivation to accomplish something that none of us could do. The Black Pearl sighed with emotion. I'm embarrassed. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a safe place to talk. It's about the Yu family. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let the Black Pearl's praise go to his head. He always remembered his purpose. He didn't save the Black Pearl to listen to a few words of flattery, but to obtain the Black Pearl's help, to deal with the Yu family. I know a place. Let's go. The Black Pearl glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to understand what he meant. The fact that Qi Yaoguang was with Ling Xiao was already very clear. They were lucky compared to them. The Yu family had lost hundreds of lives in the poisonous miasma forest. Only Yuna and Yu Zhangzong had escaped. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The life and death of the Yu family didn't have much to do with him. He only cared about two things now. The first was the demonic Sirius. The second was to form an alliance with the Black Pearl. Not long after, the Black Pearl brought Ling Xiao and Qi Yaoguang to a mysterious place. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this mysterious place, Ling Xiao was even more interested in the Devil Emperor, because this Devil Emperor actually temporarily built a city in Fengdu Devil Forest, a city that could accommodate 1 million people. In this city, it was for martial artists to rest and trade. The people in the city, other than the genius martial artists who participated in the fight for the demonic epiphyllum, were all puppets. These puppets were no different from humans in appearance. They followed a certain procedure to complete their mission. It was very magical. So this place was also called the Puppet City. There were a total of 3 such cities in Fengdu Devil Forest, standing in the east, west, south, and north. It could be said to be very thoughtful. He found a private room in a restaurant. Ling Xiao told Black Pearl his thoughts. Black Pearl was overjoyed after hearing it. I must avenge my mother. Since Brother Ling and I have the same goal, then cooperation is naturally not a problem. But there is only one demonic epiphyllum. How should we split it? Whoever has the ability to get it will get it. After all, you and I probably won't believe who it belongs to now. Ling Xiao smiled. Okay, let's do that. Black Pearl was also a straightforward person. After the discussion ended, Ling Xiao returned to his room. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang discussed more detailed matters. One was from the Qi family, the other was from the Black Fire sect. They should have a lot of common topics. Ling Xiao returned to his room and took out a secret manual. This was awarded to him by the Golden City after completing the Great Pirate Mission. He never had the chance to read it. Today happened to be the day he needed to rest. There was no harm in reading it. Flipping it open, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Evolution Technique, Peak 8th, Level Emperor, Level Secret Technique. Ling Xiao was too familiar with secret techniques. He had cultivated many secret techniques in the past. He always felt that secret techniques were more difficult to cultivate than martial techniques, but the effect was very good when used. The so-called secret technique, simply speaking, was a secret technique or divine ability. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain and use, because most secret techniques required the use of true essence and soul force at the same time to be used. However, among martial artists, there were not many who cultivated soul force and true essence at the same time. This made the value of the secret techniques even higher. Ling Xiao flipped open the book and continued reading. The art of evolution is a secret technique that can allow martial arts to evolve. Peak 8th Order Emperor Realm Evolution Technique can evolve any Emperor Realm martial skill to Peak 8th Order Emperor Realm. Even though there were more words to describe it, the core content was these two sentences. Ling Xiao felt that he was simply too lucky. Of course, it might not be luck. Perhaps the Green Lotus Swordswoman had specially found this evolution technique for him. Moreover, this secret manual came at the right time. Ling Xiao's falling plum clear shadow steps was an outstanding movement technique, but he was only a 6th Order Emperor Realm Master. Now, it could no longer keep up with other martial techniques. In terms of offense, he had the 12 Divine Beasts art and the innate Celestial Demon Seal. In terms of defense, he had the Black Tortoise Divine Body. However, in terms of movement techniques, he was a little weak. The falling plum clear shadow steps gave him an absolute advantage in battle. If he could upgrade it to peak 8th Order Emperor Realm, the effect would definitely be better. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, his strength would have a great breakthrough. Let's start cultivating. This art of evolution must be used together with the falling plum clear shadow steps. I don't need to rest tonight. As a cultivation genius, Ling Xiao had never worried that his martial arts progress would be too slow. When they lived in the Eastern Puppet City, it was already evening. After a night, Ling Xiao felt refreshed and refreshed, because he had perfectly cultivated the art of evolution and integrated it into the falling plum clear shadow steps. At this point, the falling plum clear shadow steps had also changed. Not only was the speed faster than before, but it also had new characteristics. It could condense the falling plum shadow. In other words, it was a doppelganger. This doppelganger was not simple. It not only had all of Ling Xiao's fighting strength, except for the tyrant martial spirit. More frightening was that it could also use Ling Xiao's martial skills and secret techniques. It was simply a weakened version of Ling Xiao. In the morning, Ling Xiao finished cultivating. The moment he walked out of the room, he saw Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang walking over together. The two girls seemed to have more in common. At this moment, they were as close as sisters. I wonder what Brother Ling plans to do next. Black Pearl asked. Naturally, it's to continue searching for the demonic epiphyllum. Ling Xiao answered, if you want to find the demonic epiphyllum, Brother Ling's equipment might not be enough. You don't have any talismans or puppets on you, right? Why don't you go to the trading market to take a look? The Demon Emperor has prepared all kinds of tools for geniuses there. As long as you have enough spirit stones or items, you can buy and exchange them. Black Pearl said, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. You're right, I should go take a look. With a strong enough talisman, the increase in fighting strength wasn't just a little bit. Although he was anxious to find the demonic epiphyllum, the previous experience told Ling Xiao, if he didn't prepare well, death would come quickly. He didn't want to die in the Fengdu Demon Forest. And to be honest, he was very interested in the Demon Emperor of the Demonic Ghost Forest. The puppet city that this person left behind was really amazing. It would be a pity not to walk around. Qi Yaoguang's identity was too eye-catching, so he still returned to the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Otherwise, once exposed, he would probably be surrounded by the Yu family. Black Pearl was different. Very few people knew her identity. And now that she changed her name, as long as she didn't use the Black Fire Sect's martial arts, she would most likely be fine. This man and woman walked on the streets of the Eastern Puppet City and were very eye-catching. Isn't Lady Black Pearl with Ghost Sword? Why did she change male partners? Who is that kid? His cultivation was so low, it was obvious that he wasn't much. Why was he together with such a beautiful woman like Miss Black Pearl? What a waste. Not from the Yu family. Not from the Yang family either. Not from our three sects either. Then he's a loose cultivator. Humph, he dares to monopolize such a beauty. What right does he have? No need to be angry. This kid doesn't know he's playing with fire. With his strength, he dares to stay with Lady Black Pearl. Someone will take care of him. A flower stuck in cow dung. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao was very disdainful. These people only knew how to slander others behind their backs, and didn't even have the courage to come and provoke him. What a joke. Ignore them. They're all a bunch of trash. Black Pearl said coldly. And don't worry, killing is not allowed in the puppet city. Once someone is killed, the guard puppets will appear. They are all puppets and don't know how to reason. They will directly deal with the crime committed. The most serious is to kill on the spot. The guard puppets are very strong. She was comforting Ling Xiao, but at the same time, she was warning him. She hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't cause trouble here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he provoked the guard puppets. End of chapter. Chapter 41-24. The two of them stepped into the Eastern Puppet City's trading hall. All the puppets were doing their own things according to the preset program. Ling Xiao could see the shining incantations on each puppet. These should be one-time use puppets that would not be used for more than a month. The spirit stones inside would be used up in a month. Then, the puppet would be destroyed. At that time, the Demon Emperor would probably transfer everything here to his next game. To Ling Xiao, the Demon Emperor was the creator of a game. When he set up the game of fighting for the demonic epiphyllum, he became a god's perspective. On one hand, it was to find geniuses and nurture successors. On the other hand, it was also to find fun. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care what the Demon Emperor's goal was. He only wanted to obtain the demonic epiphyllum and the other treasures left behind by the Demon Emperor. The trading hall was very spacious, and it was very exquisite and luxurious. The ground was covered with exquisite floor tiles, and there were even dragons and phoenixes carved on them, as well as all kinds of patterns. Sometimes, Ling Xiao even suspected that the Demon Emperor had obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was just a temporary city. Was there a need to put in so much effort? There were many exhibition booths in the hall. The outer layer was wrapped in tempered glass, and there were also incantations flickering on it. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to break the glass and take away the things inside. There were all kinds of items in these glass cabinets. Ling Xiao casually took a look, and none of them were as good as what he had obtained in the poison miasma forest. But to most martial artists, this was a very good place. That talisman is not bad. Flying Sword Talisman, a divine grade, Heavenly King artifact talisman. Although it could only be used 3 times, its power was comparable to a divine grade, Heavenly King artifact's attack. At critical moments, it could be of great use. Ling Xiao, who was originally feeling bored, finally found what he wanted. He hurriedly went over. At this moment, there were many martial artists watching the show in front of the glass cabinet where the talisman was. After all, this divine grade, Heavenly King artifact talisman was not cheap. Very few people would be able to afford it. There were only 3 or 4 people who had the desire to buy it. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. This is daylight robbery. Too expensive. However, there is no way to bargain with these puppets. Puppets only knew how to sell things and collect change. They wouldn't know anything that was too complicated. For example, bargaining. Therefore, 10 million high-grade spirit stones meant 10 million high-grade spirit stones. No one was allowed to make an exception. Everyone shook their heads. Although it was not that these people did not have 10 million upper spiritual stones on them. Once they took it out, they would not be able to afford it. Then he would really be penniless. It was really not worth it for a talisman. It would be better to use it to buy other equipment. Even so, everyone seemed reluctant to leave. No one knew what he was thinking. Here are 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Give it to me. Ling Xiao saw that no one was willing to bid, so he walked over. Although 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him, it was not enough to bankrupt him. A divine-grade, heavenly king artifact flying sword talisman could be used to save one's life. If he really met a heavenly core warrior with this item, his chances of winning would be much higher. Of course, the puppets wouldn't say anything. After taking Ling Xiao's spirit stones, they gave the talisman to Ling Xiao. The surrounding people were jealous and envious, something they were reluctant to buy. This guy didn't even bat an eyelid. This was the difference between them. I wonder which family's prodigal son is from, spending so many spirit stones on a talisman. If his family knew about this, I'm sure they would be furious. Why do you care so much about him? If he has the money, then let him spend it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Humph, I'm afraid he won't be able to take the item away. The crowd's discussion soon came true. Ling Xiao took the item and was about to leave, but he was suddenly pulled back by someone. Young man, I saw this item first. Give it to me. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and turned around. It was someone he didn't know. What are you looking at? Daddy already told you. I saw this item first. Give it to me. In fact, this person had been standing aside all this time. He had no intention of bidding. When he saw Ling Xiao buying the talisman, he came over to find fault with him. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. This man looked to be around 45 or 46 years old, and he wasn't young anymore. He was wearing a red battle robe, and he looked mighty. However, he was a little short, only about 4 meters tall, which made him look less mighty. However, no one dared to look down on this man. This man's cultivation had reached the perfect 7th divine core realm. Although they were both at the peak 7th divine core realm, Ling Xiao could feel that this man was much more terrifying than Yu Ting, who was possessed by a devil. The deacon of the Red Robe sect, Yuan Yi, this man is very strong, and he is an expert in using hidden weapons. Even early heavenly core warriors don't want to offend him. Soon, someone recognized this middle-aged man. Although he was called a middle-aged man for a first-rank warrior, this man could only be considered a teenager. Yuan Yi has always been a cruel and merciless man, and the Red Robe sect is one of the 3 biggest sects in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Although they have joined the Yu family, their overall strength, not only have they not weakened, they have become even stronger. This is going to be a good show. What good show? I don't think that guy dares to reject Yuan Yi. He will be the unlucky one. Everyone quickly moved away. Although Puppet City had a rule stating that no one was allowed to kill, there was no rule stating that no one was allowed to fight. If not, Yuan Yi wouldn't be waiting here to take advantage of this situation. Ling Xiao gazed at Yuan Yi coldly. Get out of my way. Hee, you're really something, kid. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me, Yuan Yi? Don't you know that I am a peak Earth Core warrior? You're just a mortal core warrior. If you know what's good for you, hand over the flying sword talisman. If I am in a good mood, I might even give you some compensation. If not, not only will you have to hand over the talisman, you will also have to die. Yuan Yi was directly threatening Jiang Chen. I don't believe you have the guts to kill anyone in Puppet City, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You're right. I don't have the guts to kill anyone here, but can you stay in Puppet City for the rest of your life? Hee hee. Even if you can, Puppet City will be taken back by the Devil Emperor in a month's time. When that time comes, where do you think you can hide? Yuan Yi mocked. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hurry up and hand it over. What if I say no? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. Suddenly, he circulated his true yuan. Yuan Ye's hand was actually bounced away. Yuan Yi originally planned on making a move, but Ling Xiao's ingenuity made him somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Chun didn't look strong, but he was able to bounce his hand away. This kid might be stronger than what he looked like. Kid, don't throw your life away for a mere talisman. You better think carefully, Yuan Yi said with a sinister tone. If you want to attack, then attack. There's no point in shouting like a shrew. If you don't attack, then I'm leaving, Ling Xiao said with disdain. Genius 1 second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4125. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Yi contemptuously and called out to Black Pearl. The two turned and left. He didn't want to make a move in Puppet City because he couldn't kill people here. Once his strength was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. It was better to fight outside. After defeating the other party, he would directly kill them. Brat, remember this for me. There are more than 1 or 2 people from the Red Robe sect. If you have the ability, you can stay in this Eastern Puppet City forever. Otherwise, once you go out, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Yuan Yi also left. Today, he had lost too much face. The targets he usually chose to bully were the weaker ones. Therefore, it was tried and tested. He didn't expect to meet such a stubborn person today. No matter how he scared him, it was useless. Forget it, then I'll just kill him outside Puppet City. Ling Xiao didn't care about Yuan Ye's threat at all. The battle for the demonic epiphyllum was very dangerous. Everyone could be seen as an enemy. Even if there was an enemy like Yuan Yi, it wasn't a big deal. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come to the heavenly demon ghost domain. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City? After all, there was Green Lotus Sword Lady, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun protecting him. No one could hurt him. Watching Ling Xiao leave, everyone was surprised. This kid is powerful. Does he know what kind of personality Yuan Yi has? I think this kid's strength is not bad. It might not be an easy task for Yuan Yi to kill him. Especially, did you guys notice? The beautiful girl beside him is very powerful. Could it be that that kid is actually a soft rice guy? If these people knew that it wasn't Black Pearl who protected Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao who saved Black Pearl, I wonder how they would feel about this. After buying the Flying Sword Talisman, Ling Xiao wandered around for a while and bought a few immortal-grade, Heavenly King artifact talismans. There were also some materials for refining pills. Only then did he leave with Black Pearl. That Yuan Yi definitely won't let this go. Do you want me to act with you? When they went out, according to the previous agreement, the two sides had to act separately. After all, with one more direction, there was a higher possibility of fighting for the demonic epiphyllum. However, Black Pearl was worried about Ling Xiao. Of course, I know that he won't let this go, but with his strength, he can't kill me. Moreover, don't forget that Qi Yaoguang is still hiding in my Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao smiled. All right then, no matter who gets the demonic epiphyllum in the end, we have to help the other person achieve their goal. Black Pearl said, Of course. Let's part ways for now. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, Yes. The two of them headed in different directions. Ling Xiao was heading towards the northern Puppet City, while the Black Pearl was heading towards the southern Puppet City. Not long after they separated, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Even without using the Taiji Eye, he could sense Yuan Ye's aura. That guy really chased after them. I didn't want to kill you. You asked for it. Ling Xiao sneered and fled into the forest where there was no one. Do you think you can escape? Yuan Yi didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. He thought Ling Xiao was scared of him. That's why he chased after them without any hesitation. I wonder who is going to be unlucky this time. I think Yuan Yi has already killed a few people. Someone saw Yuan Yi chasing after Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why do you care so much? Everyone in this world has their own destiny. Who asked that guy to offend Yuan Yi? Among all perfect Earth Core warriors, Yuan Yi is definitely ranked in the top 20. That guy is just a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. He is going to die for sure. They were all competitors. There was no need to sympathize with each other. Seeing Yuan Yi chase after Ling Xiao, most of them rejoiced in his misfortune. Kid, I have my eyes on you, and you still want to run away? Since you don't want to give me the flying sword talisman, I'll take your life instead. Yuan Yi sneered. Suddenly, his right hand turned into a claw. The claw slashed down from the sky. Crack! The terrifying claw landed on a rock right next to Ling Xiao. The rock instantly shattered into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it, as if he had already expected this attack. Right before the attack arrived, he lightly shifted his position by 1 meter. If not, Yuan Yi's attack would definitely hit him. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Ling Xiao continued moving forward. Finally, he could no longer see anyone around him. The entire forest was quiet. Only the roars of demon beasts could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Almost there. Of course, he wasn't trying to run away. He just wanted to find a quiet place to kill Yuan Yi. Run! Why don't you run? You can't run anymore, right? Yuan Yi said with a ferocious smile. He didn't notice anything wrong. He just thought Ling Xiao was tired from running. After all, those with a weak cultivation base would have weak stamina as well. Did I say I was going to run away? Ling Xiao laughed. I'm just looking for a suitable grave for you. You're just bluffing. Without that woman, what can you do? Yuan Yi sneered. Seeing Ling Xiao's calm face, he was a little annoyed. This brat was bluffing as if victory was already in his grasp. Soul-hooking claw. Suddenly, Yuan Yi launched an attack. A hook made of an unknown material pierced through the air. The hook looked more like an eagle's claw. There was even a chain behind it. Ling Xiao smiled lightly, and his figure flashed. He had already performed the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. The new Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step was a peak 8th level martial arts technique. However, Ling Xiao wasn't very proficient in actual combat. It was just right for him to practice on Yuan Yi. The hook claw hit the ground, and a large piece of grass was dug up. A nearby tree was directly smashed to pieces. However, it didn't hit Ling Xiao. Kid, your movement technique is not bad. You dodged the previous attack, and now you've dodged this attack. It seems that you've practiced a lot of life-saving skills. Yuan Yi was a little unhappy. According to his judgment, even if this attack couldn't kill the other party, it would severely injure the other party. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be so magical. He easily dodged his attack. Just as he was about to continue attacking, Yuan Yi suddenly felt a terrifying aura. That aura made his entire back feel cold. His hair stood on end. Danger! Years of combat experience told him that he was in a very dangerous situation, although he didn't know what happened. However, at that moment, he tore a spirit talisman. The surface of his body was covered by a ball of golden light. This spirit talisman was similar to the one Yuna used before. They were both defensive types. At the critical moment, it could still block a sneak attack. In the next moment, a sword light pierced from behind Yuan Yi. Crack! The golden light shattered. A terrifying wound was pierced on Yuan Ye's body. It was a pity that the power of the sword light was weakened by the shield. Otherwise, this sword would definitely make Yuan Yi bleed. End of this chapter. Chapter 41:26. Brat, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Touching his wound, Yuan Yi roared like thunder. Ling Zhao's attack just happened to hit a spot on his back, where his defense was the weakest. He really didn't know how this brat did it. He was actually able to injure him. However, his roar couldn't affect Ling Zhao. What Ling Zhao used just now was the new characteristic of Falling Plum Shadow Steps. Falling Plum Shadow. Using a clone to sneak attack Yuan Yi, it could maximize the effect of his attack. After all, Yuan Yi wasn't weak. If he faced him head-on, although he could defeat him, it would still take a lot of time. There were many demonic beasts around. He didn't want to be interrupted by demonic beasts during the battle. Therefore, after the sneak attack, his main body also charged over. Two sword lights attacked from the front and back, wanting to kill Yuan Yi. Yuan Ye's expression was a little ugly, but this guy had lived for more than 40 years. Although his cultivation hadn't improved, he had accumulated a lot of experience. He could be said to be a veteran Earth Core expert. At the moment of crisis, he still reacted. A talisman turned into a flame attack and pounced on the clone. And he himself charged towards Ling Zhao's main body. The talismans on this guy were most likely stolen. Although they weren't as powerful as the Flying Sword Talisman, they were still Celestial King artifacts and precious Heavenly King artifacts. They couldn't be underestimated. The Falling Plum Shadow was blocked by the fire element and couldn't be taken down for a while. As for Ling Zhao's sword chi, it was also torn apart by Yuan Ye's hook claw. It turned into a fragmented aura and splattered everywhere, shattering the sand and stones on the ground. Looks like I can't underestimate the enemy. This old guy isn't weak. He's stronger than Lu Qingmong Diying and Yu Ting. If I underestimate the enemy, I might really fail miserably. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao instantly entered the Hell Hydra Beast Soul Transformation. This transformation could unleash even more power in the Fengdu demonic forest. It consumed less stamina than the peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation, but the power was not far off. Go to hell! Yuan Yi didn't realize how strong Ling Zhao's Beast Soul Transformation was. He roared angrily. Chaotic Grave Claw. The claw prints in his hand flew out continuously, forming dense afterimages. However, it was not a large-scale attack. These paw prints formed a huge paw print in the void. It was equivalent to hundreds of attacks. Its power had also increased by a lot. Humph! Ling Zhao snorted and unsheathed his golden red sword. A beam of golden light pierced through the countless claw prints and tore them apart. Surprisingly, he hadn't weakened at all, and his sword chi was still shooting towards Yuan Yi, because the distance was very close. When Yuan Yi tried to dodge, it was already too late. So fast! Yuan Yi was shocked. He had fought with swordsmen before, but the sword chi was so fast. This was the first time he had seen it. Even those who were stronger than Ling Zhao would not be able to display such domineering sword chi. What gave him the biggest headache was that this stab actually contained a strong poison. It was like a venomous snake attacking. He couldn't dodge it. In desperation, he took out another talisman. He released it in front of him. The talisman transformed into a male lion. It roared and collided with Ling Zhao's sword chi. Can a mere precious Heavenly King artifact talisman block it? Ling Zhao couldn't help but sneer. Bang! At this moment, the sword chi collided with the lion, and the ground exploded. Spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread, and the surrounding trees were very unlucky. They all collapsed and shattered. Yuan Yi was once again hit by the sword, and his body was sent flying by the sword Qi. His face instantly turned pale. His originally angry expression became even more ferocious. However, even so, this old man still maintained his combat strength. He quickly got up from the ground. He said fiercely, "Good boy, you dare to talk back to me. You do have some ability, but do you really think that with this little ability you can survive under my hands? You seem to have forgotten that I haven't released my martial soul yet." Although he said so, Yuan Yi was really surprised at this moment. He thought that he could easily defeat his opponent, but he was injured twice in a row. He didn't even touch the other party. This was simply a great humiliation. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, both of them were minor injuries. He swallowed a pill to ensure that his combat strength wouldn't decrease. Otherwise, he would really turn around and run away. "Then release it. Let's see if I'm afraid of your martial soul." Ling Xiao mocked. "You don't have to say that." Boom. In that instant, a huge claw appeared behind Yuan Yi. It was really just a claw. It was wrapped in flames and looked terrifying. It looked like a ghost claw that crawled out of hell. There was no body. The huge claw was moving freely. The moment this claw appeared, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Yuan Ye's combat strength had increased. It seemed that this old man wasn't lying. Limitless Ghost Claw. The moment he released his martial soul, Yuan Yi used his most powerful attack. He felt that he had lost too much face before. So now he had to regain his face. Danger! The moment Yuan Yi attacked, Ling Xiao realized that this old man's attack was very dangerous. It was best not to fight head-on. Once this terrifying power exploded, it might even seriously injure him. But he didn't move. After drinking the Tiger Wolf body-tempering wine, Ling Xiao's black, tortoise divine physique showed signs of breaking through. But too bad, he was still a step away. Therefore, he wanted to help himself break through during the battle. With this thought in mind, he circulated his true yuan, a huge black tortoise wrapped around his body. At the same time, the ground cracked. Huge black ghost claws reached out from the ground. They viciously grabbed at Ling Xiao. Rumble. Terrifying explosions kept sounding out. Blood trickled down from Ling Xiao's mouth. But he didn't die. He didn't even fall down. Right at this moment, Yuan Yi was dumbfounded. Why? Why? This is impossible. With this guy's cultivation, how can he block my limitless ghost claw? The reason why Yuan Yi couldn't believe it was because this limitless ghost claw was a peak 7th order emperor martial skill. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak 6th order divine core realm. There was no way he could block it. This was completely different from what Yuan Yi had expected. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." With a furious roar, Yuan Yi unleashed nearly 70% of his true yuan. Crack! This time, a huge blood-red ghost claw reached out from the ground. It wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block a super skill unleashed with 70% of his true yuan. Just in time, Ling Xiao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Still, he didn't fight back. He just let the attack hit him. The huge blood-red ghost claw grabbed onto Ling Xiao. Destroy! Yuan Yi roared. He wanted to crush Ling Xiao into pieces. He had used this skill to kill many warriors at the same cultivation level as him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block it. However, a few minutes later, the blood-red ghost claw exploded. Ling Xiao's body was covered with wounds, but a satisfied smile emerged on his face. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4127. Success. The black tortoise divine body had finally broken through to the 8th level emperor realm. This meant that his body strength was now comparable to an early heavenly core warrior's. Yichen drank a mouthful of the blood wine. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Yuan Yi and said, "I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to make such great progress." Not only could the blood wine increase one's qi and blood, it could also heal injuries. Qi and blood were the essence of a human being. Replenishing qi and blood was the same as healing injuries. Impossible. How could this be? Yuan Yi was obviously shocked. The limitless ghost claw was his most powerful attack, and it consumed a lot of true yuan. In the past, he could definitely kill his opponent with this attack. But today he had failed. He quickly swallowed the qi replenishing pill. This was the benefit of being from the Red Robe sect. As long as one was from a big power, they would usually bring a lot of pills and medicines with them. Not to mention, Yuan Yi was the deacon of the Red Robe sect. Since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with his ultimate attack, then this battle could only be a battle of attrition. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with the help of his pills. "Even if you can block my attack, you must be seriously injured. Humph, I don't believe you can last long." Yuan Yi let out a cold snort, then he attacked Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao knew what Yuan Yi was thinking, but he just sneered. Battle of attrition? His potential was comparable to a peak core warrior. Even if he didn't use any pills, he could still kill his opponent. Not to mention, he still had the true yuan wine. With just a sip, he could replenish half of his true yuan. How could Yuan Yi fight with him? With a cold sneer, Ling Xiao was ready to end the battle. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, when Yuan Yi was charging towards him, he reached out his right hand and grabbed Yuan Yi's chain claw. Seeing this, Yuan Yi sneered. His chain claw was made with a special material. Grabbing it with his bare hands, he was just courting death. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Crack! Ling Xiao had actually used his bare hands to crush the chain claw. At the same time, he threw a punch towards Yuan Yi, trying to kill him on the spot. Stop! It was at this critical moment that a figure suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. He threw a palm at Ling Xiao's back. The palm wind was extremely terrifying. He felt like a heavenly core warrior. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he wanted to kill Yuan Yi, he would definitely be struck by this guy's palm. It was really not worth it. Helpless. His figure flashed as he dodged the attack from behind. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Yu Zhangzong. She was the bitch who abandoned her own people in the poisonous miasma forest and ran away alone. An early heavenly core warrior. But so what? Yuan Yi was dead for sure today. Heaven-covering palm. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao's palm might not be able to kill Yu Zhangzong, but Yuan Yi was dead for sure. What? Seeing Ling Xiao's horrifying palm strike coming towards them, they were shocked. Yu Zhangzong hurriedly circulated his true essence to resist. At this moment, Yuan Yi was in trouble, facing the terrifying palm wind. There was nothing he could do. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. Yuan Yi was smashed into pieces. Yu Zhangzong was also in a difficult situation. The power of the heaven-covering palm was too strong. With just a single strike, Yu Zhangzong was injured. He was an early 8th level Divine Core warrior. Kill! Ling Xiao took out his golden sword and charged towards Yu Zhangzong. This guy sneak attacked him while he was fighting. This was shameless. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would still have to collect some interest. Innate celestial fiend seals slaughterhouse. Countless sword energies were shot towards Yu Zhangzong. This made Yu Zhangzong's expression turn ugly. He had no choice but to dodge. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was forced to run for his life by a mortal core warrior. What a shame. Slash. It sounded like paper being torn apart. The sword energies tore through Yu Zhangzong's protective true essence and left bloody wounds on his body. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll cripple you. Yu Zhangzong was furious. Since the beginning of the fight with the heaven-covering palm, he had been completely suppressed by Ling Xiao, and the reason was because he had underestimated his opponent. Once he underestimated his opponent, it would be extremely difficult for him to turn the tables around. Not to mention, this opponent was extremely ferocious. Behind his back, a martial soul emerged. It was the same martial soul as most of the warriors in the Yu family. It was a black heavenly demon phantom. However, his heavenly demon phantom looked more like a fox that was as cunning as he was. The moment the black fox was unleashed, Yu Zhangzong's combat strength skyrocketed. A long blade appeared in his hand. The blade sliced through the air, and a black blade energy was unleashed towards Ling Xiao. It was extremely fast, and the angle was extremely tricky, falling plumb clear shadow steps. Ling Xiao could tell how scary this black blade energy was, so he didn't want to face it head on. He only managed to dodge it by unleashing the falling plumb clear shadow steps. Now, his falling plumb clear shadow steps was much more powerful than before, whether it was the degree of strangeness or the speed. It wouldn't be easy for Yu Zhangzong to hit him. Damn it, why is this guy so hard to deal with? Originally, I wanted Yuan Yi to owe me a favor. Who knew that I would almost get myself into trouble? Yu Zhangzong's mind was in a mess, even though he knew it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him. However, he really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao now. Just you wait, kid. Yu Zhangzong frantically fled towards Puppet City in the east. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. With Yu Zhangzong's speed, even if he caught up, he would be near Puppet City in the east. There would definitely be a large number of Yu family warriors there. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. Since he had already killed Yuan Yi, he might as well keep this debt for now. The heavenly demon Dutchman's flower was more important. He had already finished searching around Puppet City in the east. There was no need to waste any more time. Thus, he headed towards Puppet City in the south. Ling Xiao, can you not do something so exciting in the future? If you feel like you can't win, let me out. I can kill Yuan Yi in one move. Qi Yaoguang said unhappily. That won't do. You're my trump card, so you should hide it first. You can only be of great use at critical moments. Ling Xiao's identity was unknown, so the Yu family wouldn't join forces to attack him. However, Qi Yaoguang was different. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it would definitely attract trouble. It would be extremely disadvantageous for finding the demonic epiphyllum. When he was not far from Puppet City in the south, Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely powerful demonic aura. He looked up and saw that the sky was filled with flying demonic beasts. He was shocked. He had encountered such a situation before. It was called a beast tide. However, he had never seen such a large-scale one. It seemed like the city built by the Demon Emperor had definitely caused the demonic beasts to be dissatisfied. That was why they gathered to attack Puppet City. This was definitely an accident. Even the Demon Emperor didn't expect this. With such a large-scale beast tide, if the hundreds of thousands of geniuses who entered Fengdu Demon Forest couldn't unite, they would probably all die here. The clear sky became obscure. A strange gust of wind began to blow. A large patch of dark clouds covered the sky. That terrifying aura shocked Ling Xiao like never before. End of chapter. Chapter 41-28. Southern Puppet City. Brother Ghost Sword, what do you think? More and more people are gathering in Southern Puppet City. I think they are all here because of the Demon Beast Horde. Puppet City's capacity is limited. We need to make a decision. The man who spoke was the strongest genius sent by the Yu family, Yu Qiong, early ninth-level divine core realm. Only he had the right to discuss such matters with Ghost Sword. Obviously, Ghost Sword's injuries had fully recovered. He lightly shook his head and said, "Right now, the more people we have, the better. You shouldn't be worried about the number of warriors in southern Puppet City. Instead, you should be worried about how many warriors will arrive before the demon beast horde arrives." Hearing this, Yu Qiong furrowed his brows. Although Ghost Sword's words didn't give him any face, he had to admit that what Ghost Sword said made sense. There was strength in numbers, just like the demon beast horde. The reason why it was scary was because there were so many of them. All right, we'll do as Brother Ghost Sword said. Try to take in as many warriors as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to defend southern Puppet City. Yu Qiong ordered the warriors from the Yu family. The Yu family had a high status in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. They naturally had the right to give orders. In this aspect, even Ghost Sword couldn't compare with him. Senior disciple Yu Qiong, I'm worried that a demon beast of the extreme core realm will appear this time. Among all the warriors who entered Fengdu Devil Forest, Senior disciple Yu Qiong and Senior disciple Ghost Sword are the only two who have reached the extreme core realm. If a demon beast of the extreme core realm really appears, do you think we can escape? The one who spoke was Yuna. Yuna was scared out of her wits when she was in the poisonous miasma forest. She was lucky enough to survive, but she was still a coward. I don't think so. Even in Fengdu Devil Forest, there aren't many demon beasts of the extreme core realm. The Devil Emperor won't let us die here. All the powerful demon beasts have been temporarily sealed away. Yu Qiong thought for a moment and said, I hope so. Obviously, Yu Qiong's words couldn't make everyone feel at ease. When Ling Xiao arrived at Puppet City in the south, the people there were already on standby. Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong were standing on top of the city wall, looking at the dark clouds and dust clouds far away. Demon beasts from the sky and the ground were attacking at the same time. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces. And, seeing Ling Xiao, Ghost Sword was stunned. However, he didn't say anything. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to take it out of the poisonous miasma forest was enough to prove his strength. With the help of such a person, it would be more likely that the southern Puppet City would be defended. Roar! Ling Xiao stood in the crowd, waiting for the arrival of the attack. To him, this beast horde was a good opportunity to hone his combat skills. He wouldn't miss it. Moreover, if the beast tide could not be stopped, then everyone would die in the end, and he would not be able to escape the calamity. At this time, he really couldn't afford to be distracted. We have to stick together. Luckily, there are a lot of 5th-level Divine Core Demon Beasts, 6th and 7th-level Divine Core Demon Beasts, and only a few 8th-level Demon Beasts. For now, no 9th-level Divine Core Demon Beasts had appeared. This is undoubtedly good news. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If a demon beast of the extreme realm of core came, he could only run. There was no way he could fight it. Kill! Yu Qiong roared with her long sword in hand. The battle between man and beast began. At this moment, there were no schemes or tricks. Everyone was fighting for their lives, and they didn't have the time to think about anything else. The advantage the warriors had was the defensive and offensive formations in Puppet City. They kept unleashing powerful formation cannons. The demon beasts suffered a great loss. Together with Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword, 2 powerful extreme Realm Divine Core warriors. The beast tide couldn't attack the southern Puppet City for now. The warriors were extremely confident. Suddenly, right at this moment, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic demon beast, in the shape of a lion. It was 12 meters tall, and its body was nearly 20 meters long. It also had a pair of flaming wings on its back. Following its appearance, the situation seemed to have gone out of control. The gigantic demon beast opened its mouth and spat out demonic energy bombs. The demonic energy bombs landed on the defensive formation. With just 2 attacks, the defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, it's a demon beast of the extreme realm of core. And it's a perfect extreme realm of core. It's even more terrifying than the shadowless Spider Queen. Ling Zhao's expression turned ugly. Not only him, everyone else had the same expression. Flying flaming lion. Many people recognized the identity of this demonic beast. It's too scary. Why would such a terrifying demon beast appear here? The warriors began to feel despair. Even if Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong worked together, they might not be able to kill such a terrifying demon beast. Let's run. Run my ass. We're already surrounded. If we can't defeat the beast tide today, we'll all die. None of us will be able to escape. Although many people had already lost hope and thought of running away. However, the current situation didn't allow them to escape. They couldn't escape. The entire southern puppet city was surrounded by the beast tide. If they stayed in the city, they could still use the sturdy city as a barrier. Even if they lost the protection of the formation, they could still resist the demon beasts. Once they left, the situation would be very different. At that time, they might be torn apart by countless demon beasts. Use all your strength to maintain the formation. If you have spiritual stones, use them. This is a battle of life and death. I hope everyone won't be stingy. Yu Qiong shouted. The formation needed spiritual stones to maintain. Otherwise, it would definitely be destroyed by the flying flaming lion. There was a huge difference between having a formation and not having one. Ling Xiao took the initiative to take out 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. He was usually very stingy, but in this situation, 10 million spiritual stones were nothing, as long as they could block the terrifying demon beast's attack. It was worth it. After all, spiritual stones were just worldly possessions. The others also generously contributed. Even those who were usually stingy didn't dare to be stingy now. They all took out their spiritual stones. The formation relied on spiritual stones to regain its power. It blocked the flying flaming lion's attack. Brother Ghost Sword, the spiritual stones we collected can only last for 3 days. This is under the condition that no more powerful demon beasts appear. If we don't take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here. Yu Qiong said, yes, we have to kill that flying flaming lion. As long as that guy is killed, the beast tide will definitely retreat. Ghost Sword believed that the flying flaming lion was definitely the strongest existence in this beast tide. At the same time, it was also the commander. As long as they could kill the flying flaming lion, they would win. Among these people, the only ones who can pose a threat to the flying flaming lion are you and me. I'm afraid the two of us are not its match. Yu Qiong frowned. Even if we're not its match, we have to fight. It just so happens that I got some good stuff in the southern puppet city. This time, we can test its power. Yu Qiong, do you dare to come with me? Ghost Sword looked at Yu Qiong and said, of course. Yu Qiong felt a little helpless. He didn't want to go out. But if he didn't go out, the southern puppet city would be destroyed in 3 days. At that time, he would still die. It was better to go out with a bang. Chapter 41:29. All right, come with me. Ghost Sword sped through the air. In midair, the dark demon sword was unsheathed. A frightening sword beam slashed towards the flying flaming lion. The flying flaming lion was attacking the city, and it didn't expect anyone to challenge it. It was surprised. However, it was hit by the sword, and the flames on its body fell off. but it wasn't injured. So hard. Ghost Sword furrowed his brows. Although the attack just now was just a test, the strength of the flying flaming lion had exceeded his expectations. Roar! The flying flaming lion leapt towards Ghost Sword. Perhaps it knew that Ghost Sword was the backbone of these people. Once Ghost Sword was killed, these humans would be nothing. Right at this moment, Yu Qiong also joined the fight. She joined forces with Ghost Sword. Both of them started a fierce battle with the flying flaming lion in the sky. We can't let them face the demon beasts alone. Who wants to fight with me? At least, you have to help them block off the surrounding demon beasts. On top of the city wall, another man flew into the sky. He was in his 30s, a peak 8th Heavenly Core warrior. He was the other elite warrior from the Yu family, Yu Feng. Yu Feng flew into the sky, and right behind him was Yu Chen, a late Heavenly Core warrior. The Yu family is indeed the #1 family in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. With them here, we don't have to worry anymore. Focus. Fight with all your might. We will definitely win this battle. Cheers sounded out from the crowd. The actions of these young warriors made everyone excited. The Yu family isn't the only one in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded out. A man flew into the sky from the crowd. Isn't that Qi Yaoguang? How did she get in here? Aya, don't worry about it. We should focus on the demon beasts now. As for the Qi family, let's wait until the demon beast invasion is over. Qi Yaoguang was the one who strongly requested to fight. Ling Xiao felt that it was all right too. Everyone's target was the demon beasts. They weren't stupid enough to attack Qi Yaoguang. At most, when the danger was almost over, they would ask Qi Yaoguang to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. The Qi family has joined the battle. How can the Yang family fall behind? Another 2 men flew into the sky. One was an early 8th Divine Core warrior, and the other a peak warrior. They were Yang Chu and Yang Zhan. He was the most outstanding warrior under the age of 50 in the Yang family. After that, experts from the Red Robe sect, the Green Vine sect, and the Blood Spirit sect soared into the sky. They were here to help Guijian and Yu Qiong fend off those 8th and 7th Divine Core demon beasts. It could be said that they were united. I'll join in the fun too. Ling Xiao tore through the air and directly pounced on the beast horde. The fuck, who is that guy? He's only at the 6th Divine Core realm. How dare he go out there? Is he courting death? At this moment, many people were paying attention to the battle in the sky. The sight of Ling Xiao soaring into the sky was simply too eye-catching. Therefore, everyone could see it clearly. I've never seen him before. I wonder which family he's from. He's really not afraid of death. Sai, even if you want to play the hero, you don't have to do this. You'll definitely be killed instantly. No matter what, your courage is commendable. Ha ha ha. Regarding Ling Zhao's sudden appearance, most people held a mocking tone. Obviously, he did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to do anything shocking. However, in the next moment, they were all slapped in the face. The one that suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao was a demonic beast that resembled an eagle. Perfect 7th Divine Core realm. Demonic beasts of this level dealing with martial artists of the same cultivation. That was absolutely a piece of cake. Killing a 6th Divine Core warrior like Ling Xiao was even easier. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. Right now, no one was going to help him. Before he attacked, he had warned Qi Yaoguang not to have any intimate contact with him. He didn't want anyone to see through their relationship. Actually, Qi Yaoguang had long forgotten about Ling Xiao's warning. However, it was already too late for her to help. There were too many demon beasts, and she was surrounded by them as well. Die. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, Ling Zhao's expression changed. Ling Zhao's performance shocked everyone. He suddenly disappeared. Using the falling plum-clear shadow steps, he arrived at the demon beast's head. A demon beast was still a demon beast. Its brain wasn't as smart as a human's. Dealing with a demon beast like this was nothing to Ling Xiao. He aimed at the demon beast's head and punched it with all his might. The strength of his current body was extremely frightening. With a single punch, the demon beast let out a miserable shriek as it was smashed onto the ground. Ling Xiao chased after it and punched it a few more times. The poor perfect earth core demon beast was beaten so badly that even its own father couldn't recognize it. He was deader than dead. Many people on top of the city wall were dumbfounded by what they saw. Damn it, they had seen tough guys before, but they had never seen someone as tough as him. His body was even tougher than a demon beast's. How did he cultivate? At this point, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Those who originally thought that he was going to throw his life away also felt a sense of admiration for him. Brothers, let's kill. There's no point in hiding in the city. Who's going to follow me? Maybe it was because Ling Xiao's battle had made the men's blood boil. Or maybe it was because all the other geniuses had given them the courage to fight. Anyway, some warriors had started to rush towards the city wall. Kill. Kill the demon beast horde. Actually, the demon beast horde wasn't as scary as they had imagined. It was just that there were more demon beasts. But there were still a lot of warriors in Puppet City. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. They were all rushing towards the city wall. Those demon beasts couldn't handle it either. All sorts of martial skills and secret skills were unleashed. The warriors' morale was instantly boosted, seeing so many warriors rushing towards the city wall. The geniuses who were the first to rush out couldn't hold back their excitement. The first one to act was Yufeng. As a perfect heavenly core warrior, he was second only to Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword. He unleashed the heavenly devil phantom behind his back. It was a huge black sword shadow. The sword shadow slashed towards the demon beast horde. The demon beast horde let out a miserable roar. In an instant, dozens of demon beasts were killed. One of them was a heavenly core demon beast. Everyone was trying to compete with each other. Yufeng attacked. Qi Yaoguang sneered. Then a silver-colored jasper lake appeared behind him. The jasper lake fell. The water flowed backwards. A lot of demon beasts were drowned. The water in the jasper lake wasn't ordinary water. Even those powerful heavenly core demon beasts couldn't withstand it. They were all killed. Only Yu Chen, Yang Chu, and Yang Zhan joined the battle. All of them unleashed their abilities. At this moment, the human warriors had gained the upper hand. But Ling Xiao knew one thing. Amongst all the demon beasts, the flying flaming lion was the hardest to deal with. As long as the flying flaming lion didn't lose, the demon beasts would keep charging towards the city wall. He punched away a demon beast that was charging towards him. Then he raised his head. Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong were at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good thing, but his abilities were limited. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the strength to do so. But he really wanted the flying flaming lion's demon beast core. This was because it could become a necessary item for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique. Chapter 41:30. The flying flaming lion is at its peak right now. I'll just be a burden to it if I go and help. I might as well kill all the demon beasts around here as soon as possible. Ling Xiao resisted the urge to attack the flying flaming lion. Instead, he looked at the crowd of demon beasts. The only way he could help Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword right now was to let them focus on fighting the flying flaming lion. With this thought in mind, he once again charged into the crowd of demon beasts. Charging into a crowd of demon beasts alone was something that even a peak heavenly core warrior like Yufeng wouldn't dare do. But Ling Xiao did it. His speed was incredibly fast. Every time he attacked, a demon beast would be killed. He didn't use any martial skills, he just used his body to attack. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. The falling plum clear shadow steps would occasionally create falling plum shadows, and when they attacked together, the effect would be even better. Fighting in a crowd of demon beasts was the best opportunity to train one's martial skills. The pressure on the city wall was reduced, and many warriors were staring at Ling Xiao in shock. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao's body was so strong that it was suffocating. It was also because Ling Xiao's attacks seemed to be able to hit the demon beast's weak points. It was as if he had done some precise calculations. Who is this guy? His body is so strong, he can kill a demon beast with a single punch. And his speed is so fast, it's terrifying. My cultivation is the same as his, but I don't have the confidence to block a single attack from him. Everyone sighed. After the battle had gone on for a while, most of the warriors were injured. But Ling Xiao wasn't injured at all. This made everyone even more shocked. Who would have thought that a guy they had never heard of would become the center of attention today? Even those demon beasts who were charging at Ling Xiao felt depressed. Normally, demon beasts were feared by humans because of their powerful bodies. But today, most of the demon beasts were no match for Ling Xiao in terms of body strength. Their attacks were useless against Ling Xiao. But with a single punch from Ling Xiao, they would be killed on the spot. The most depressing thing was that he had finally found a demonic beast that was stronger than Ling Xiao. However, he was not as fast as Ling Xiao, so he could not touch Ling Xiao. That was really depressing. The battle lasted for 7 hours. At the very least, millions of demonic beasts had died. Many cultivators had died, as well, at least 10,000. However, in comparison, the cultivators had the upper hand in this battle. 10,000 against 1,000,000. This was a huge advantage. Of course, this was all thanks to Puppet City. Warriors who were injured or tired could return to Puppet City to rest. However, demonic beasts couldn't. These demonic beasts charged forward as if they had no brains. They did not know fear, let alone exhaustion. However, their physical strength was ultimately limited. Blood had already dyed the ground red. Even the sky was dyed red. The blood had already converged into a river, flowing on the ground. The scene was simply too shocking. If Ling Xiao felt tired, he would drink a mouthful of vitality wine and continue fighting. It was as if he was a warrior who did not know fatigue at all. As the battle progressed, he felt that the energy in his cultivation sea was constantly increasing. The black tortoise divine body was also continuously strengthening. Of course, more importantly, he was more proficient in using the falling plum clear shadow step. Others were getting weaker, but he was constantly getting stronger. Humph, that guy is really in the limelight today. How can we let him steal our limelight? The one who spoke was Yufeng of the Yu family. If I make a move, it will be a bit of a bully. Yuna, you go. Yufeng looked at Yuna and said, But senior brother Yufeng, the beast tide hasn't retreated yet. It's not good to have internal strife, right? Yuna frowned and said, Are you going or not? Yufeng said coldly, I'll go. Yuna was scared out of her wits by the poisonous miasma forest last time. She really didn't want to take the risk again. However, since Yufeng was forcing her, she couldn't refuse. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was surrounded by beasts at this time. As long as she was careful, she would definitely succeed in a sneak attack. She would kill Ling Xiao without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, she braced herself and soared into the air. Ling Xiao was at the front of everyone at this time. There were beasts all around. It took Yuna a lot of time to get to his side. You can make your move now. Feeling that the distance was about right, Yuna suddenly turned into an afterimage and pounced at Ling Xiao. Snake Shadow Slash! When she was less than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Yuna suddenly stabbed out with her sword. The sword shadow was like a long snake, stabbing at Ling Xiao at a strange angle. Wherever the long snake passed, the air seemed to be distorted and deformed. Strange ripples appeared on the surface of the water. This sword was extremely fast. The distance of 10 meters was covered almost in an instant. In the distance, Yufeng revealed a contemptuous sneer. This was the result of daring to steal the Yu family's limelight. In his opinion, the beast tide was gradually losing. Victory was only a matter of time. There was no need to be polite with others. Once Yuna killed Ling Xiao, he was also prepared to make a move on Qi Yaoguang. However, in the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of shock. Yuna's sword did indeed stab Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not even pay attention to it. This sword did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. How can it be? Yuna was taken aback, and her face immediately revealed an angry expression. Wild Snake Shadow. This time, she used her most powerful sword skill. The terrifying sword Qi turned into a huge snake shadow and pounced on Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, the area where Ling Xiao was at exploded, and more than 10 beasts were killed by the explosion. The ground was also blown up into potholes. Humph, serves you right. Yuna snorted coldly. Yuna, be careful. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from afar. Kid, you dare? By the time Yuna realized the danger, her body had already been grabbed by a huge devil hand. The owner of that hand was Ling Xiao. I ignored the first attack. Do you think I'm easy to bully? A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Obviously, he had already made up his mind to kill, although he was extremely unwilling to kill a member of the Yu family in front of them. However, others had already gone this far. If he still did not dare to fight back, it would not be Ling Xiao's character. Uffed. A sound was heard. Yuna's entire body was crushed by that devil hand. When Yufeng rushed over, Yuna had already been killed. At this time, Qi Yaoguang also breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of interfering. If Ling Xiao was really in danger, then she would definitely make a move without hesitation. It did not matter even if her relationship with Ling Xiao was exposed. After all, it was a matter of life and death. You killed her. Yufeng looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes full of hatred. That's right, I killed her. If I didn't kill her, she would have to kill me. Now that everyone is united to deal with the beast tide, she sneaked an attack from behind. Don't tell me you ordered her to do this? Ling Xiao looked at Yufeng without showing any weakness and said indifferently. Yufeng was much stronger than him. However, this was the center of the beast tide. If he used the beasts, Yufeng could not do anything to him. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 40, 131. Yufeng, what the hell are you doing? If you have the time, come and help. Suddenly, Yuqiong roared. The flying flaming lion was simply too powerful. As a result, he was seriously injured at this moment. If this continued, both he and Ghost Sword would die. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Yufeng glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and soared into the air. He and Yang Zhan took over Yuqiong's position, giving her a chance to recover. No matter what, you shouldn't have killed her. After Yufeng left, Yuqiong walked over and said with a frown, Then according to you, I should have been killed by her. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and once again rushed into the beast horde. The total number of beast horde this time reached 10 million. He had only killed 1 million now. There were still quite a lot left. In the process of killing beasts, not only could he hone his combat skills, but a large number of beast crystal cores could also replenish his lost potential. It allowed him to continue to become stronger. Watching Ling Xiao leave, Yu Chen's gaze became cold. Senior brother Yu Chen, that kid is openly provoking your Yu family. Are you really going to sit back and do nothing? Yang Chu asked with a smile. There's no need to care for the time being. Since he can kill so much, let's make use of him for a while. Wait until the battle is over. Yu Chen said coldly and once again threw himself into the battle. After all, their Yu family was the leader of this battle. If they took the initiative to cause internal strife, it would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of many cultivators. The Yu family wanted to unify the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, so it was impossible without prestige. Yu Qiong retreated to the city wall to heal her injuries. At this time, she also looked at Ling Xiao. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao only used his movement technique. The rest of the battle was resolved with his physical body. Under the punches and kicks, the beasts were unable to get close. What exactly is this kid's background? Roar. Just as Yu Qiong was puzzled, suddenly, the flying flaming lion in the sky sent Yu Feng and Yang Zhan flying with a claw. It abandoned Ghost's sword and actually pounced towards Ling Xiao. F***CK. Ling Xiao had already sensed this terrifying aura. He had killed the most beasts this time. He had probably pissed off the flying flame lion. The flying flame lion spat out a mouthful of flames. Within a radius of 1 mile, not even a blade of grass grew. Many demonic beasts and warriors had died. This was an attack that did not differentiate between friend and foe. From this, one could see just how much the flying flaming lion hated Ling Xiao. Luckily, I can outrun him. Ling Xiao's advantage in speed was very strong. After all, the flying flaming lion's body was too large, so it lacked agility. This gave Ling Xiao an opportunity, but Ling Xiao was clear in his heart. He was no match for this big guy. Even though the flying flaming lion had been injured by Ghost's sword, and Yu Qiong, the flying flaming lion, had been injured, his strength had decreased by at least 20%. But what was the use of a mere 20% drop? To Ling Xiao, he was still an opponent that he could not defeat. Let me help. Qi Yaoguang charged over. At this time, dealing with the flying flame lion became the main task. The other demonic beasts were afraid of being affected by their boss attack, so they had all retreated. Therefore, as long as they could kill the flying flame lion, the beast tide should be retreating soon. Qi Yaoguang had a good reason to attack the flying flame lion. He was not afraid of being misunderstood by others. Bang! But too bad. The perfect, heavenly core Qi Yaoguang was like a toy in front of the flying flame lion. He was sent flying away. What are you all looking at? Go help. Everyone, activate your attacks and attack the flying flaming lion. Ghost's sword had also suffered a serious injury, so he could only stay there and recover. Right now, it was the most dangerous moment. Hearing his shout, countless attacks were thrown towards the flying flame lion. No matter if it was useful or not, at least they could buy some time. Are you all right, girl? Ling Xiao walked over and helped Qi Yaoguang up. I'm not dead yet. Qi Yaoguang let out a bitter laugh. Her performance was worse than Ling Xiao's. This was really embarrassing. If it was one-on-one, she would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But her survivability was not comparable to Ling Xiao's. This guy was too fast, and his movement skill was strange. The flying flame lion could not attack him at all. Rumble! Countless attacks landed on the flying flame lion's body, but it was useless. Instead, it angered the flying flame lion, causing it to spit out another demonic energy bomb. In an instant, a few thousand people were killed. Get the hell back! Ling Xiao shouted out. I'll hold this guy back. Ghost Sword, and Yu Qiong, recover as soon as possible. The rest of you, don't come out, just hide behind the city wall and attack. Use talismans to attack. Don't use any other attacks, it's a waste of time. At that moment, Ling Xiao even put Qi Yaoguang into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring, in front of the flying flame lion, unless it was an extreme realm core warrior. Everyone else was just cannon fodder. Of course, he was an exception. With his movement skill and speed, he could still fight the flying flame lion. Listen to him. Yu Qiong ordered. At this moment, the flying flame lion's only target was Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. With this opponent's attack, as long as it touched him, he would die. The only thing he could do now was dodge. Bloodthirsty Plague. In the process of dodging, he released the Bloodthirsty Plague. He would try to weaken this guy as much as possible. 9 snake poison region. Whether it was the Bloodthirsty Plague or the 9 snake poison region, they were all to weaken the flying flame lion. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not dare to launch a direct attack, unless he wanted to die. 1,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array, Plague Bone Dissolving Array, Lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array. The 1,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array could gather all the power of the dead demon beast. It was brewing a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao would release this attack with the help of the Lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array. But not now. The longer it was, the more energy it accumulated, and the more powerful the effect would be. As for the Plague Bone Dissolving Array, it was needless to say. This thing was the same as the Bloodthirsty Plague and the 9 snake poison region, purely to weaken the flying flame lion. Except for the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Ling Xiao could be considered to have used all his skills today. There was no other way. If he did not stand out, today's beast tide would completely drown the entire Fengdu Devil Forest. At that time, he would not be able to escape death. The Black Pearl would also die. He did not want such an outcome to happen. That kid is really good. Yeah, although he can't fight back. He can stall the flying flame lion. This is something that even Yu Feng and Yang Zhan can't do. I have to admire him. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao's performance, they all secretly praised him. He held on for more than 20 minutes. Yu Qiongxian recovered first. She rushed out. Kid, let's work together. He could also see that although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not very good, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and he could attract the flying flame lion's attention. This was definitely a very good helper. Ling Xiao did not speak. At this moment, he did not have the time to speak, because being distracted could lead to his death. The opponent was too strong. He was already risking his life. Genius 1, second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4132. Qi. Yu Qiong had already launched an attack. A sword Qi pierced through the flying flame lion's protective demonic aura. However, all it could do was leave a shallow mark on the flying flame lion's skin. It couldn't cause any substantial damage. In terms of damage to the flying flame lion, it depended on Ghost Sword. Yu Qiong couldn't do it either. However, this wound gave the Bloodthirsty Plague an opportunity to spread through the wound into the flying flame lion's body. It continued to weaken the opponent. Demonic Dragon Slash. Yu Qiong saw that her attack didn't work. She was furious. If her performance wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's, then she would really be laughed at. She stabbed out, and the sky demon phantom behind her turned into a demonic dragon and merged into the sword Qi. It crazily pounced on the flying flame lion. The effect of this attack was indeed quite powerful. It knocked the flying flame lion to the side by an inch. The injury seemed to have worsened, but compared to the flying flame lion's huge body, it was still nothing. Roar. The flying flame lion was obviously angry. even though it was just some insignificant injuries, as a proud existence of the extreme realm of Dan. How could it tolerate a human daring to hurt it? Its huge wings flapped. A gust of wind enveloped Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong at the same time. Blazing flames burned in the gust of wind. The scene was quite shocking, if it weren't for the surrounding warriors retreating to the puppet city. This time, tens of thousands of people would have been killed. F***CK. Ling Xiao cursed. He hurriedly used the falling plum clear shadow step to escape the attack range. As for Yu Qiong's side, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. At this moment, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He couldn't even protect himself. The flames on the ground were rolling, and a burnt smell kept coming. Obviously, the corpses and blood from before were burned by the flames. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of fire, but this fire contained a tearing power. If he really dared to stay there, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Finally, he escaped the range of the flaming wind. He stole a glance at Yu Qiong. At this moment, Yu Qiong was wrapped in a ball of white light. Obviously, she had used the power of the talisman. Uffed! Yu Qiong spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion was not very good. Although he managed to block the attack, he suffered another internal injury. He had no choice but to swallow another healing pill. This flying flaming lion is too terrifying, isn't it? Not only is its fleshly body's defense abnormal to the extreme, but it's also extremely powerful. Furthermore, it possessed such a terrifying flame attack. With just Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong, it's impossible for them to be its match. That's right. If this continues, the two of them will definitely die. Humph, what is that Ling Xiao doing? He didn't even attack once. What's the use of just running away? Yufeng said disdainfully. Although the bystanders didn't agree in their hearts, they couldn't say anything. Yufeng was too strong, and they couldn't afford to offend him. In fact, if Ling Xiao had not attracted most of the flying flaming lion's attack, Yu Qiong might not have been able to block it this time. The Yu family was too arrogant. He was looking down on others too much. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot towards the flying flaming lion. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone looked over and saw that Ghost Sword had already risen into the air. His attack was indeed effective. With just one strike, he had injured the flying flame lion. That's great. Ghost Sword has recovered. Only his attack can pose a real threat to the flying flame lion. If the three of them work together, they might really win. At this time, the other battles had already stopped. What was left was the battle between kings. Whoever won would be the victor of this war. The flying flame lion saw Ghost Sword. It pounced again. Ghost Sword was the only opponent it was wary of. Ling Xiao was the opponent it was most angry with. Yu Qiong was a little neglected. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of intense flame. It roared and charged towards Ghost Sword. Whoosh! Ghost Sword didn't dare to fight it head-on. He leaped and held the dark demon sword with both hands. He slashed down. Sword of the Ghost God. He released the dark demon sword in his hand. It turned into countless sword chi and enveloped the flying flame lion like a hurricane. It wreaked havoc over and over again. The flames spat out by the flying flame lion were completely torn apart. This ghost sword seemed to have become stronger in the previous battle. After the sword chi disappeared, the flying flame lion was covered in wounds. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. It was dripping with blood. Although the injuries weren't serious, the effect of this attack was better than before. Good. Everyone cheered, thinking that victory was imminent. That's not right. This flying flame lion seems to have weakened. Ghost Sword was a little puzzled. Then he glanced at Ling Xiao. He could confirm that this was Ling Xiao's doing. However, he had no way of knowing what exactly Ling Xiao had done. Stop looking, continue attacking. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was the combined effect of the bloodthirsty plague, 9-snake poison field, and plague bone dissolving formation. But at this time, there was no need to say it. Even if the flying flame lion was injured, its strength was still very strong. At this time, Yu Qiong also noticed that the flying flame lion had weakened, so she attacked again. Ninefold demonic dragon slash. With a furious roar, the ninefold demonic dragon tore through the air. It directly aimed at the wounds on the flying flame lion's body and forcefully attacked. Some of the wounds on the flying flame lion kept getting bigger. Blood flowed out, but that was all. With the existence of Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, Ling Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Therefore, he also began to make some appropriate counterattacks. Frost Dragon Breath. Cold air gushed out, and the flying flame lion suddenly froze for a moment. It was at this moment that Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong seized the opportunity. They attacked at the same time. They actually blinded one of the flying flame lion's eyes. The flying flame lion was infuriated. In its fury, it swung its tail. Yu Qiong had no time to dodge and was directly hit in the body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then Yu Qiong flew out. She crashed into Puppet City and smashed several buildings in a row before stopping. She had already fainted. The injured flying flame lion became even more ferocious. Yu Qiong had probably completely lost her fighting strength. The warriors of the Yu family had already hurried over to treat her injuries. Her injuries are very serious. It will take at least 3 days for her to wake up. Damn that Ling Xiao. It's all that guy's fault. If he hadn't dodged, the flying flame lion wouldn't have been able to attack senior brother Yu Qiong. Yu Feng gritted his teeth. His complaints were somewhat unreasonable. The others ignored him. However, there was a more serious matter at hand. The flying flame lion was still alive and kicking. It was true that it was injured, but with just Ghost Sword and Ling Xiao, they might not be able to take it down. The warriors of the southern Puppet City were originally full of confidence, but now they were a little uncertain. Continue, Ghost Sword shouted. He could feel that Ling Xiao's support could make his attack damage even greater. Originally, the most terrifying thing about the flying flame lion was its physical defense and flames. Once it was frozen, these two attributes would be greatly weakened. Just now, one of the flying flame lion's eyes had been blinded because of this. End of this chapter. Chapter 41:33. I say on. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. The divine ice dragon unleashed a dazzling silver light. The entire land became cold. The air became cold, and the flying flaming lion felt extremely uncomfortable. But once again, its body was frozen, although it only lasted for a blink of an eye. However, Ghost Sword was able to attack in the blink of an eye. Once again, the flying flaming lion's wings were injured. The flying flaming lion lost its balance and was forced to land on the ground to fight. This greatly reduced the threat. Roar, the flying flaming lion, went completely mad. After being repeatedly injured, it felt an anger it had never felt before. A terrifying demonic energy soared into the sky. The flames on its body turned black. It was no longer releasing heat, but a bone-chilling cold. Ling Xiao felt like his body was about to be frozen, and he quickly ran away. He could only support Ghost Sword. After all, he was only a Peak 6 Divine Core warrior. He couldn't fight like Ghost Sword. So scary. If I was any slower, I would have turned into a popsicle. Ling Xiao retreated all the way to the city wall, and with the help of Puppet City's formation, he was able to block the freezing cold. Ghost Sword wasn't having a good time either. He was forced to take dozens of steps back. He felt like his blood and chi was about to freeze. Swoosh! The flying flaming lion once again charged at Ghost Sword. Its injured wings were starting to heal, but Ling Xiao could sense that the flying flaming lion's healing process required a huge amount of demonic energy. This wasn't a bad thing for them. Ghost Sword couldn't stop the flying flaming lion alone, and he was forced to keep retreating. As he fought and retreated, he was forced into a corner by the flying flaming lion. I can't let him die, or else everything will be over. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and the canopied beast, Martial Soul, appeared behind his back. Water Giant. The Water Giant was formed from fresh blood. It stood in front of Ghost Sword. Although it was shattered by the flying, flaming lion's attack, it was still able to block Ghost Sword. But it also created an opportunity for Ghost Sword to dodge. Not only that, Ghost Sword seized the opportunity and struck again. A wound was left on the flying, flaming lion's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. Is it dead? How is this possible? Even if a divine core warrior had his head chopped off, he might not die, let alone a demon beast. Ghost Sword wanted to finish him off. Suddenly, the flying, flaming lion's body released pitch-black flames. Even his eyes had turned dark. Not good. This is demonization. Inside the heavenly fiend ghost realm, not only would martial artists demonize, demonic beasts would demonize as well. The flying, flaming lion, before it had been demonized, had already tormented everyone. Once it demonized, who would be able to stop it? The Ghost Sword was sent flying. The black flames on the flying flame lion's body continued to surge. A thunderous roar came from his mouth. As it roared, balls of black flames rapidly expanded with its body as the center. They blasted out in all directions. This time, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Ghost Sword tried his best to defend. However, his body was sent flying again. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from his mouth. His entire body was covered in blood. His aura had also become extremely weak. Everyone, run! There's no other way. Ghost Sword had done his best, but the difference in their cultivation was too great, even though he had already injured the flying, flaming lion. At this moment, he couldn't move. If no one came to save him, he would probably die too. Many people were in despair. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. The flying, flaming lion's attack after demonizing had consumed a large amount of demonic aura. This caused the bloodthirsty plague to multiply crazily. The flying, flaming lion's heart seemed to have gone crazy. However, it was also at its weakest. As long as he continued to fight for a while, he would definitely be able to kill it. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the ability to fight. Otherwise, he would still not be able to escape death. The flying, flaming lion wanted to kill Ghost Sword. However, when it rushed over, it lost its footing and fell to the ground. He was panting heavily. Its eyes were also filled with fear. Perhaps even it didn't know why it had become so weak. However, Ling Xiao knew, that guy is about to die. Kill him. Seeing this scene, many people felt that the opportunity to take advantage of him had come. A black mass of people rushed out. Don't go! Ling Xiao shouted. Humph, you don't want others to go. You want to take all the credit for yourself, right? No one listened to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything else. He rushed out and rescued Ghost Sword back to Puppet City. At this moment, a series of screams could be heard. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the flying, flaming lion was extremely weak, it was still in existence at the extreme realm of Dan, after all. Just the release of the black flames killed thousands of people. Corpses fell to the ground like red raindrops. Yufeng, Yuchun, Yang Chu, Yang Zhan, Yuan Meng, the woman in green, and Xue Feiqi survived by luck. However, they were all seriously injured. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I told you not to go. Ling Xiao sighed. He flew to the front of the flying flaming lion. Someone had already rushed out and dragged those who couldn't move back to Puppet City. Next, watch me. Only he knew the flying flaming lion's condition the best. The bloodthirsty rat kept sending him information. How could he not know? We can only place our hopes on this mysterious young man. I wonder if he can do it. Even if he can't, he has to. Otherwise, we're all dead. No one had expected the current situation to occur. They thought even if the flying flaming lion died, it would be killed by Ghost Sword or Yu Qiong. But that possibility was no longer there. Both Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong had lost their ability to fight. All the warriors above the 7th Divine Core realm were either dead or severely injured. There was no hope for them. Only Ling Xiao remained unscathed until now. The devilization can't last forever. It consumes devil energy. All the living beings in the heavenly demon and ghost region can absorb devil energy, but devil energy is limited. It's time. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye accurately captured the moment the flying flaming lion was demonized and disappeared. Myriad lightning immortal execution. Ling Xiao raised his hands towards the sky and shouted. The pattern of a formation suddenly emerged on the ground. Only now did everyone realize what had happened. This young man had set up the formation a long time ago and had been accumulating energy. This terrifying energy came from the energy of millions of demon beasts. The energy came from tens of thousands of warriors. It fused with the formation. It unleashed an attack that was hundreds or even tens of thousands of times stronger than what Ling Xiao could unleash. Bang! Myriad lightning bolts converged into one. It smashed onto the flying flaming lion's body. The flying flaming lion tried its best to defend. But too bad it was useless. It had used up a huge amount of energy on the devilization. Its body was being tortured by the bloodthirsty rat. On top of that, Ghost Sword had injured it. Right now, in front of Ling Xiao, there was nothing it could do. End of chapter. Chapter 41-34. The thunder fell, and the flying flaming lion was charred black by the electricity. It had completely lost its vitality. Ling Xiao pierced through the shattered shell and put the flying flaming lion's beast core into his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. This was the key to cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. No one could give it to him. If I have enough corpses and enough time, I can even kill a martial artist of the extreme realm in an instant. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Obviously, the probability of such a thing happening was too low. A martial artist of the extreme realm would not stand there and let you kill him. This time, it was obviously a special situation. The flying flaming lion was also exhausted to death. The power of this formation is really terrifying. Some of the martial artists exclaimed in surprise. We all thought that he only knew how to dodge. Who would have thought that he had already set a trap for the flying flaming lion from the beginning? Amazing, this person. People looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, jealousy, and envy. It retreated. The beasts retreated. The beast tide is over. Just as everyone had expected, the moment the flying flaming lion died in battle, the beast tide finally retreated. Ling Xiao smiled and did not stay in the southern puppet city. Instead, he headed towards the western puppet city. He knew very well that he had obtained the flying flaming lion's beast core. If he waited for Yufeng and the others to wake up, that would definitely be a lot of trouble. So leaving now was the most sensible thing to do. The hero who broke through the sky attracted the attention of many martial artists. Although they did not know Ling Zhao's name, they engraved this person's appearance in their minds. The western puppet city was located on top of a mountain. It was unknown how high this mountain was. The top of the mountain had long disappeared into the clouds, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even the Taiji I could not do anything. If that was all, it would be fine. The most terrifying thing was that the mountain was surrounded by black clouds. Terrifying lightning bolts continued to fall. It was like a storm with lightning intertwined. This is really spectacular. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain with emotion. This mountain is called Thunder Mountain, and it is also very famous in Fengdu Devil Forest. The gravity on the Thunder Mountain was 100 times stronger than anywhere else. Once a martial artist approached, even walking would be strenuous, let alone flying. You have to be careful. In the Dong Sheng Emperor ring, Qi Yaoguang reminded as he healed himself. There's heavenly lightning above and gravity below. This Thunder Mountain is truly a wonderful place. But no matter what it is, I have to take a look. There were no traces of the heavenly devil epiphyllum in the eastern and southern puppet cities. In that case, it could only be in the puppet city in the west. The puppet city in the north shouldn't have it either, because the Black Pearl didn't send any notice. Ling Xiao speculated that this Thunder Mountain might be the key to this trip to Fengdu Devil Forest. Whether or not he could obtain the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower would depend on this. Ling Xiao transformed into his purple thunderbolt beast soul. Since the lightning mountain was right in front of him, he should be able to reduce the pressure on him by taking on this form. He noticed that many people were heading in that direction. Everyone had a difficult expression on their faces. The closer he got to the lightning mountain, the greater the pressure he felt from it. He didn't care what others did. But now, someone must have arrived at the puppet city in the west, which was on the Thunder Mountain. He wasn't sure if they had found the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. But even if someone found it, he had to snatch it. In any case, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower had not been brought out of Fengdu Devil Forest, so this battle was not over. Whoosh! His speed gradually increased. The closer he got to the Thunder Mountain, the more terrifying the gravity became. However, Ling Zhao's body was extremely strong, and he gradually adapted to the 100 times gravity. As for the lightning that kept falling from the sky, it was also directly absorbed by the purple thunderbolt and could not cause any harm to him. Along the way, he saw many people give up midway. He also saw some people being killed by the lost beasts after the beast tide retreated. But he did not meddle in other people's business, since he had chosen to come here to fight for the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Then he had to be responsible for his own life. If he died, it could only prove that he was not capable enough. He deserved it. Of course, the beast tide was an accident, so it was naturally another matter. After rushing for 3 hours, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the foot of the Thunder Mountain. From here, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. He couldn't even see the shape of the mountain. In front of him, there was only a huge mountain with strange rocks and the lightning that kept flashing in the sky. The lightning was about 200 meters above the ground, and it didn't directly hit the bottom. This could be considered a piece of good news. But what did 200 meters mean? 200 meters? He couldn't even see the middle of the mountain, let alone the peak. Climbing up the Thunder Mountain was an extremely difficult task. Even Ling Xiao, who was standing there, felt like giving up. But when he thought about his sister, Ling Jiaojiao, who was still suffering when he thought about his great ambition of unifying the mystic world, he wouldn't allow himself to give up. Grabbing onto the rock, Ling Xiao started climbing. Even for divine core warriors, when climbing Thunder Mountain, they could only slowly climb up like an ordinary person. Movement skills and Qigong were completely useless. A strong body was the foundation of everything. Another half an hour went by. Normally, he could climb 200 meters in less than a second, but he had just arrived. Ling Xiao jumped up. There was already a mountain path here. On top of the Thunder Mountain, there were all sorts of strange plants, and all of them were emitting electric sparks. It was as if they were born from the lightning. There are people in front. Ling Xiao started walking forward. He wasn't in a hurry, and he was walking carefully. The people in front of him were walking even slower, and some of them even suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao was curious. When he got close to those people, he immediately transformed into his shadow warrior form. He chose to hide. Although those people from the southern puppet city hadn't arrived yet, there shouldn't be many people here who knew him. But it was better to be careful. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen caught sight of a dozen people with his Taiji eye. One of the silhouettes looked exceptionally familiar. Yu Zhangzong? Didn't this guy go to the eastern puppet city? Looks like when we were fighting against the demon beasts, this guy came to the Thunder Mountain from another route. When Ling Xiao saw Yu Zhangzong, his eyes turned red, as if he was meeting his enemy. Among the dozen people, Yu Zhangzong was the strongest. The rest of the warriors were from the Yu family, and some were from other families and powers. The oldest among them was 49 years old, but none of them were as strong as Yu Zhangzong. Everyone listen to me. With me here, the Thunder Mountain is nothing. When we reach the western puppet city, we will be safe. Yu Zhangzong was giving his speech there. This guy, is he going to play the same trick again? Ling Xiao remembered what Yu Zhangzong did in the poisonous miasma forest. This guy escaped alone in the poisonous miasma forest. He left his companions behind. Even Ling Xiao, an outsider, felt that he was shameless enough. But if I go out rashly, those people will definitely not believe me. It's better to follow behind. Wait for an opportunity to act. End of this chapter. Chapter 41:35. Yu Zhangzong was not weak, but he was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to kill him, as soon as possible, he had to grasp the conditions well. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to follow first, and then wait for an opportunity to make a move. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a demon beast suddenly came from the front. This demon beast was not big in size. It was the size of a wild cat. However, lightning flashed all over its body. There was also a strange color in its eyes. Is this being bedeviled? The heavenly devil ghost territory is really a terrifying place. Even the lightning contains terrifying demonic nature. This demon beast has been tempered by heavenly lightning for a long time, so it naturally became bedeviled. It's much stronger than what it looks like on the surface. What others could not see, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I could see everything clearly. In the beginning, the martial artists had clearly underestimated the enemy. In the end, one of them was killed by the bedeviled wild cat. Only at this time did they panic. A bunch of idiots. What are you all panicking for? Join forces. How can this wild cat be our match? One had to say that Yu Zhangzong was quite good at bewitching people. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out with his palm. The black palm wind instantly arrived in front of the wild cat. The wild cat screamed miserably and wanted to escape. It was obviously seriously injured. When everyone saw this scene, they all admired Yu Zhangzong and rushed forward. To kill that wild cat, Yu Zhangzong followed behind, revealing a cold smile. A bunch of idiots. I'll let you guys scout the way for me. After he finished speaking, he followed her. He maintained a certain distance. You're also an idiot. Just scout the way for me. Not long after Yu Zhangzong left. Only then did Ling Xiao chase after him, towards this unknown place. He himself also had no confidence in his heart. Since someone was scouting the way for him, Why wouldn't he be happy? The higher they went, the more vegetation that flickered with lightning. And some of them were very tall. It was like a thunder demon in the darkness, giving people a very terrifying feeling. Violent lightning continued to fall, although it did not directly attack people's bodies. But they could still feel that kind of numbing pain. Suddenly, waves of whispers floated in the air. It was as if someone was hiding in the dark, spying on them and talking in a low voice. This sound gave everyone a huge pressure, including Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only felt that this thing was strange and thought that there was someone inside the lightning. However, the people in front of him were different. Someone actually let out a miserable shriek and jumped down into the bottomless abyss like a madman. This place was close to 400 meters below the surface. He couldn't use the flight spell. If they were thrown down, they would basically be smashed into pieces. Even a divine core warrior couldn't escape from it. As expected, Yu Zhangzong suddenly stopped. He also felt fear. He quickly took out a talisman. Only then did he continue walking forward. This guy really came prepared. Looking at Yu Zhangzong, Ling Xiao smiled. At the same time, on the way to Thunder Mountain, Yu Feng, Yu Chen, Yang Chu, Yang Zhan, Yuan Meng, the green-clothed woman, and Xue Feiqi were rushing over. Their injuries were not as serious as Yu Qiong and Ghost Swords. Therefore, after a few hours, he had completely recovered. The reason why he had rushed over in such a hurry was because, in fact, there was only one reason. That was to catch up to Ling Xiao. That guy took the flying Flaming Lion's demon core. We have to get it back. Yu Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Not only that thing. I heard that Thunder Mountain has a lot of Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades. With enough Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades, you can cultivate the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body. That is the most frightening body cultivation method in the Divine Core realm. I reckon that this kid is a body refining martial artist. That's why he will definitely fight for the Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades. We can't let him get it. Yang Zhan said, don't forget about the most important thing, the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. If that guy gets it, we'll be in big trouble. Yang Chu reminded. All these people were in the same group. They were from the Yu family, Yang family, Red Robe sect, Green Vine sect, and Blood Spirit sect. Of course, they couldn't let Ling Xiao's dream come true. Far behind them, there was another group of warriors rushing over. However, those warriors were destined to be eliminated. Thunder Mountain wasn't a place where ordinary people could climb. If they weren't at the 7th Divine Core realm, they wouldn't even have the chance to enter. Faster! Yu Feng increased his speed. He was chasing after Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that these men were chasing after him. After all, the distance between them was too far. His main target right now was Yu Zhangzong. He wanted to kill this guy before thinking about the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. Suddenly, Yu Zhangzong paused for a second. Ling Xiao could clearly see that he was holding a round crystal in his hand. It looked like there were lightning bolts dancing within the crystal and a dense, devilish energy. Ha ha ha, looks like I was right. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. As long as I can get enough Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades, I will be able to cultivate the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body. Just the beginner level of the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body is equivalent to a peak 8th Order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill. At that time, that Ling Xiao will be no match for me. Yu Zhangzong let out a crazy laugh. He completely ignored the dead body lying next to him. The poor dead body was one of the warriors who were killed by the demon beasts after entering the Thunder Zone. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. Heavenly Devil Thunder Body. Hearing Yu Zhangzong's words, Ling Xiao suddenly became serious. His black, tortoise divine physique was only at the early 8th Order Emperor realm. if he could cultivate the heavenly devil thunder body, if he could combine the two physiques, he would definitely become stronger. Senior brother Zhangzong, there's good stuff here. Excited shouts came from further away. Yu Zhangzong revealed an excited expression. What did you find? So many heavenly devil thunder jades, but there are demon beasts guarding. We are no match for them. The voices made Yu Zhangzong ecstatic. He wasn't too far away from the front. If it was too far, it would be easy to lose track. Therefore, he arrived at the place where the voices came from in an instant. Ling Xiao also followed. He could clearly see that there was a huge piece of heavenly devil thunder jade there. It was 1,000 times bigger than the one in Yu Zhangzong's hand. The energy it contained was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao had reason to believe. If he merged with the heavenly devil thunder jade, his physical strength would improve even more. Therefore, he wouldn't give this thing to others. But now wasn't the best time to make a move. On top of the heavenly devil thunder jade was a head. This demonic beast looked like a demon wolf. The difference was that its body was also shining with lightning, and its eyes were pitch black. It was obvious that it was possessed. This demon wolf strength has reached the perfection of the Earth Core realm, although it is not Yu Zhangzong's opponent. But because it is possessed, it will give Yu Zhangzong a headache. Let them fight for the time being. Later, I will reap the benefits of the fisherman. Ling Xiao sat down and waited to watch the show. Everyone, let's kill this demon wolf together and divide the heavenly devil thunder jade equally. Such a big piece of heavenly devil thunder jade. Even if the 16 of us divide it equally, each of us will get a lot. Yu Zhangzong suggested. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Apex mobile version website. Chapter 41:36. 16 men teamed up to fight a demon wolf. Under Yu Zhangzong's command, everything went smoothly. Even though 3 people had died in the process, Yu Zhangzong was also injured, but it didn't affect the result. As for the 3 people who had died, the remaining people were actually grateful because they would receive even more heavenly devil thunder jades. But right at this moment, Yu Zhangzong did something that no one could understand. He suddenly attacked and killed the 4 men who were closest to him. He was an early heavenly core warrior. Those 4 men were just earth core warriors. Since they were caught off guard, it was easy to kill them. Senior disciple Zhangzong, what are you doing? When the others saw what happened, they quickly gathered together. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. What am I doing? Don't you know? This heavenly devil thunder jade can only be mine. Don't even think about getting it. Yu Zhangzong sneered. Damn it, we're all from the Yu family. One of the warriors said, idiots in front of benefits, not to mention being from the Yu family, even blood brothers will turn against each other. While speaking, Yu Zhangzong attacked again. Although the remaining 9 men fought back with all their might, the gap between their strength was still huge. In just a few moments, only 4 men were left. Of course, Yu Zhangzong was also injured once. After all, when fighting the demon wolf just now, Yu Zhangzong had used up a lot of energy. He was also injured by the demon wolf. But even so, Yu Zhangzong had an obvious advantage. We don't want the heavenly devil thunder jade anymore. Please, senior disciple Zhangzong, let us go. The remaining 4 men started begging for mercy. Let you go? Hee, no one can know about what happened today. If you leave, how am I going to return to the Yu family in the future? Yu Zhangzong sneered. He didn't show any mercy. This guy, he really doesn't change. He even dares to trick his own family. Is there anything else he won't do? In the dark, Ling Xiao watched Yu Zhangzong kill the men. But he didn't do anything. Why should he interfere with the internal strife of the Yu family? All he needed to do was wait for the battle to end. Then he would reap the benefits. Very quickly, The remaining 4 people were also killed by Yu Zhangzong. However, one of them ended up exploding his Naiden, severely injuring Yu Zhangzong. Damn it! Looks like I'll have to take the demonic Thunder Jade away and hide it to recuperate. Yu Zhangzong sat on the ground and swallowed a healing pill. Then, he casually bandaged himself. Although he was injured this time, no matter what, he had obtained the Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. It wasn't a loss. Who? At this moment, Yu Zhangzong was horrified to discover that a figure had appeared in a place where there was no one. You don't know me anymore? A genius of the Yu family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out of the darkness, arriving in front of Yu Zhangzong. At that moment, Yu Zhangzong was scared out of his wits. Why? He couldn't understand. Didn't Ling Xiao go to Puppet City in the south? Wasn't there a beast tied there? How could this guy still be alive? This was too inconceivable. Are you talking about the beast tide? As for me, I was lucky enough to survive the beast tide. Did I scare you? Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards Yu Zhangzong step by step, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Outside Puppet City in the east, I was fighting with Yuan Yi, but you interfered. If I wasn't strong enough, I would have died at that time. You know what the consequences will be. Don't kill me. I'll give you the demonic Thunder Jade. Yuan Yi hurriedly said. Do I need you to give it to me? Ling Xiao curled his lips in disdain and said, If I kill you, I can also get the demonic Thunder Jade. If you kill me, the Yu family won't let you off. Yu Zhangzong's face was very ugly. The thing that he had worked so hard to get was actually snatched away by someone else, and he might even lose his life. This was really a little too depressing. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao pierced a finger directly into Yu Zhangzong's forehead. On the finger, violent sword qi raged in Yu Zhangzong's body. It was just a short moment. Yu Zhangzong's entire body, including his inner core, turned into fragments. Idiot, I've already killed people from the Yu family. Do you think I'll be afraid of killing one more? After killing Yu Zhangzong, Ling Xiao walked to the side of the demonic Thunder Jade. The huge demonic Thunder Jade contained a terrifying amount of energy. Ling Xiao absolutely had enough reason to believe. As long as he completely absorbed the energy of the demonic Thunder Jade, his physical body would be upgraded to peak 8th Order Emperor realm. Keep. He put the item away, hidden in the Mountain River world. As long as he fought, the energy would be absorbed by his body, tempering it. In this way, his physical body would continue to grow stronger. So there was no need to waste time in seclusion. Moreover, he didn't have time to go into seclusion now. The demonic epiphyllum had not been found. This was the key. Moving forward, about 1 li in front of Ling Xiao, there were about 20 cultivators resting there. One of them was a very familiar face. She was Black Pearl. Next to Black Pearl was an unfamiliar face. This man was also a powerful warrior from the Black Flame sect. His name was He Ming. He Ming was about 35 years old. Early Heavenly Core realm. Same level as Yu Zhangzong. The environment in the Thunder Mountain was too harsh. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would have to rest for a while. They climbed up the Thunder Mountain from the other side. Therefore, in the first half of the journey, they didn't run into Ling Xiao and the others. Therefore, they didn't see the huge demonic Thunder Jade. Some cultivators tore apart the cleansing water talisman and drank the clean water. These talismans weren't used for fighting. The cleansing water talisman could be used for drinking, bathing, and cleaning. It was very useful. Also, it had a long shelf life. It was much better than keeping it in a storage ring. Everyone was quietly doing their own thing, recovering their stamina, recovering their true yuan, waiting for the rest of the journey. I wonder how Ling Xiao is doing. Black Pearl looked towards the direction of Puppet City. There was a beast tied over there. and they could see it from afar. However, the distance was too far. It was impossible to send help. Plus, Ling Xiao didn't send out any distress signal. Therefore, she didn't go there. But in her mind, she was still worried about Ling Xiao. After all, he was an important ally. Crack! Swoosh! Thunder continued to rumble, and strong winds blew. Everyone's mood was somewhat anxious, but they were still cultivators, so they were able to stay calm. Something's happening. Suddenly, Black Pearl and another powerful warrior from the Yu family, Yuan, stood up. Yuan was a peak Heavenly Core warrior, and his strength was similar to Yu Feng's. But one of them chose Puppet City in the south, while the other chose Puppet City in the north. They had split up. After a while, Heiming and a few other powerful warriors stood up, because everyone could feel the danger. End of chapter. Chapter 4137. There's an enemy. This isn't right. How could there be an enemy on Thunder Mountain? Could it be a demon beast? Heiming frowned. It's not a demon beast. The aura isn't right. It's a human martial artist. Black Pearl shook her head. Her cultivation was higher than Heiming's, so she could feel it more clearly. Yuan also nodded on the other side. Logically speaking, although the martial artists who entered Fengdu Devil Forest were definitely competitors, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible to release such a terrifying, murderous aura. Not long after, the enemy was approaching. Everyone's expressions were not very good. These people numbered close to 1,000, and all of them were wearing armor covered from head to toe, only revealing a pair of eyes. In his eyes, lightning incantations appeared. This is troublesome. The southern Puppet City encountered a beast tide. I originally thought it was strange. Generally speaking, the demon beasts of Fengdu Devil Forest would never attack Puppet City. Seeing these people, I can confirm it. Black Pearl frowned and said, "This is the legendary human devil army." Human devil? Heiming was stunned for a moment. In this world, there were two kinds of existences related to the extraterritorial devil race. One of them was the devil cultivator. The devil cultivator used the devil race as a tool to increase their own cultivation, but they did not obey the will of the devil race. The human devil was different. Most of the human devils were human martial artists controlled by the devil race. Even because of intermarriage with the devil race, a brand new race was born. They would worship the devil race from birth, treat humans as their enemy. Where there are human devils, there must be extraterritorial devils. Yuan's brows also furrowed. This trip to the Fengdu demonic forest might be even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. Most of the human devils were savage by nature and ate human flesh as food, human blood as water. What they liked the most was the flesh and blood of martial artists, because the more they ate and drank, the stronger they would become. In the past, it was just a rumor, but today they saw the eyes of these human devils. They were almost certain that the rumor was true. Those eyes revealed hunger and cruelty. They did not treat them as humans at all. Instead, they treated them as food. Fortunately, they were all devil cultivators and had been dealing with devils for a long time. So although they were surprised, they did not panic. If it were a martial artist from the Golden Sky domain, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Kill! A roar sounded out from among the human devils. It was using the human language. Soon after, a terrifying rain of arrows covered the sky, and the earth like leeches. These arrows were all made with special methods. Even if a divine core warrior was hit by this arrow, he would definitely be injured. The demonic human walked out from the darkness and took revenge on the humans. The rain of arrows in the sky was illuminated by the lightning. It was a picture of a strange battle in the middle of the night. Black Pearl gritted her teeth. Activating his true essence, he formed a circular barrier around his body. The other martial artists also had spirit talismans to protect themselves. The effect of this volley of arrows was actually only to weaken and exhaust the enemy. As for killing these 20 martial artists, it was not that easy. We, the Yu family, are not afraid of you. A cold snort sounded out from the crowd. Yuan flew up into the sky. She held a spear in her hand. She thrust it through the air. A huge phantom of a heavenly devil appeared behind her. It looked like an eagle. Wherever the spear pointed, the eagle would fall. The ground suddenly exploded. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck down. The arrow rain in the air was swept away by the spear. The spear didn't lose any of its momentum. It simply crashed into the group of human devils. Dozens of human devils were impaled, and blood splashed into the sky. Their bodies were shattered. What a powerful person Yuan! Black Pearl sighed. Amongst all the geniuses from the Black Flame sect, she was the most outstanding one. But she was just a perfect heavenly core warrior. But this Yuan was only ranked 5th or 6th amongst all the geniuses from the Yu family. But she was already so powerful. Interesting, the geniuses from the Yu family from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom are indeed different from ordinary people. That spear in your hand is also an immortal rank heavenly king weapon. With your strength and your weapon, I'll be able to defeat you. These human devils are no match for you. But you seem to have forgotten that we, the human devil clan, also have geniuses. Yuan had killed dozens of human devil warriors with a single spear strike. But before anyone could celebrate, suddenly a wild laughter came from the darkness. Then a terrifying energy wave struck. It easily blocked Yuan's second attack. Crack! The lightning bolt struck down, and a man could be seen standing in the sky. This man was wearing a white robe, and his face was also frighteningly pale. He wasn't wearing any armor, but compared to those human devils who were wearing armor, he was even more frightening. Not good. It's the Scholar in White from the Human Devil Clan. Although this title sounded very elegant, it was still a very elegant title. Scholar in White. But in fact, everyone who knew this man knew the Scholar in White was a very frightening existence. He was one of the absolute geniuses of the Human Devil Clan. A few years ago, the Human Devil Clan was single-handedly defeated by the Devil Emperor. Only a small number of them managed to escape into the wild mountains and forests. They were doing some shameful things. This Scholar in White was a very arrogant human devil genius in recent years. He had sneaked into the human domain and killed many human warriors. On the Heavenly Demon Ghost Territories bounty list, he was one of the top. On the bounty list, as long as you kill this Scholar in White, you can get a supreme rank soul stone. You can also get a heaven-breaking pill. That's right, I've heard about it as well. But this guy is pretty strong. Can you kill him? Ha ha ha, you guys seem to be interested in my bounty. The Scholar in White laughed and said, actually, not only you guys, I'm interested as well. A heaven-breaking pill can give a heavenly core warrior a great chance of breaking through to the extreme core realm. A piece of supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. It's also very tempting. To be honest, if it's possible, I want to sell myself. Don't be so arrogant. Although you're strong, you'll die in my hands today. Yuan shook her spear and shouted at the Scholar in White. Both of them were perfect heavenly core warriors. It was normal that Yuan wasn't afraid of the Scholar in White. Ha 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 ha, Yuan. Oh, Yuan, you're so stupid. Why did I look down on you guys? You and the Black Pearl are both existences that can threaten my life. Do you think I'll come alone? While laughing wildly, The scholar in white crushed the talisman in his hand. In an instant, 13 tall and mighty figures appeared in front of the human devil formation. They were all about 7 to 8 meters tall. They looked like humans, but they weren't puppets. They looked more like monsters that had been modified from the bodies of demon beasts. Genius 1, second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 41:38. The demon human tribe had been defeated by the demon emperor. In order to revive the tribe, they had put in a lot of effort. Deep in the mountains and forests, they were researching the mutation of species. The 13 tall and mighty monsters unleashed by the scholar in white were the new species they had created, giant devils. They were about 7 to 8 meters tall. Human form. Their skin was thick, and they had incredible strength. These were their characteristics. What was even more surprising was that these giant devils could also cultivate martial skills and secret skills. Their combat strength was even more terrifying than ordinary warriors. Giant devils, they actually succeeded in their research. The Black Pearl's expression was ugly. All this while the research of the demon human tribe had never been a secret. But most of the time, humans had treated this research as a joke. They didn't really care. But today, these giant devils had appeared. They couldn't help but be surprised. Humans still didn't know much about these giant devils. But judging from the current situation, the combat strength of these giant devils, they were probably at the early heavenly core realm. Among these 20 men, there were only 3 who were at the heavenly core realm. Yuan, the Black Pearl, and Heiming. Their opponents were 13 giant devils, and there were so many other demon human tribes. With the addition of the scholar in white, how were they going to fight this battle? Ha 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 ha. The scholar in white laughed out wildly. Giant devils, today is the day you'll be rewarded. Use your own hands and make these pathetic demon cultivators pay the price. They used the power of the heavenly devils, but they didn't pledge their loyalty to the demon race. What an ungrateful bunch. Humph, don't try to sound so righteous. This world doesn't belong to the demon race. If you're just here to stay, it's fine. But after the demon race arrived in the mystic world, they started massacring all living beings in the mystic world. That's why the human king killed all of you. Now, the real demon race no longer exists in the mystic world. All that's left are the remnants of the demon race's bloodline. How can we let you be so arrogant? You're in charge of that scholar in white. The rest of you focus on the demon human tribe. As for those 13 giant devils, just leave them to me. And Heiming, the Black Pearl suddenly sneered. What arrogance! 13 giant devils. You want to deal with them all by yourself? You think too highly of yourself. The scholar in white said with disdain. However, the Black Pearl ignored him. Suddenly, he took out a black ball. It looked like some kind of crystal that contained a strange energy. He casually threw it out towards the 13 giant demons. Yuan nodded slightly. With a flick of the spear in his hand, Zhang Yuan erupted from his body. The long spear turned into a phantom and stabbed directly at the scholar in white. Although he didn't know what the Black Pearl wanted to do, at present, the Black Pearl's arrangement was the most appropriate. Among the people who had come, the most troublesome ones were the scholar in white and the 13 giant demons. As long as the 2 of them could hold off the remaining human devils, it would be easy to deal with them. Heiming did not dare to be negligent. A black flame appeared behind him. The flames gradually condensed into a huge black wolf. The black wolf roared and charged at the enemy. The scene became very tense for a moment, and a battle was about to break out. Not good. That's the devil-suppressing black blood bead. At first, the scholar in white didn't pay much attention to the black sphere that Black Pearl had thrown out. But suddenly, the 13 trolls were kneeling on the ground. Their huge bodies seemed to be suppressed by something. At that moment, he understood what it was, but it was a bit too late. The black sphere enveloped the 13 giant demons. As if they had been cursed, the 13 giant demons were unable to move. They became useless. This devil-suppressing black blood bead was indeed terrifying. It contained the blood of ancient heavenly demons and was refined with many precious materials. It was specifically designed to deal with demons. Because the human devils had human blood, they were not greatly affected. But that troll was a pure troll. They were greatly affected. Even if it were 13 giant demons once trapped, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. And even if they did escape, their strength would be greatly weakened. One had to know that the devil-suppressing black blood bead was an extremely rare item. There was only one of it in the entire heavenly demon ghost region. It was personally refined by the former demon emperor. Because the human devil clan was basically wiped out, the demon emperor gave this item to a designated person for safekeeping. But how it ended up in the hands of the Black Pearl was unknown. Who are you? How could such a treasure be in the hands of a little girl like you? The scholar in white's expression was very ugly. These 13 giant demons were the demons that their human devil clan had painstakingly researched. Were they going to be killed before they were even put to use? He was just thinking. He Ming's flaming black wolf had already pounced into the black ball of light. Even though those giant demons were very powerful, but they were weakened by the devil-suppressing black blood bead. In addition, He Ming himself was not weak. In the end, several of them were burned to death in an instant. If he did not stop the Black Pearl, these 13 giant demons would all be finished. You don't need to care how this thing fell into my hands. You only need to understand that you are here to die today, and that is enough. The Black Pearl sneered. This treasure had been hidden by her for a long time. It turned out to be her mother's item. She didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hurry up and attack. The scholar in white was blocked by Yuan and had no way to deal with the Black Pearl. He could only give the order to the human devils under him. A group of human devils rushed forward, attempting to interrupt the Black Pearl's casting. Others quickly blocked them. The Black Pearl shouted. The remaining 17 warriors all went out to fight. One must know that Yuan and the Black Pearl had already blocked the most powerful enemy for them. Now it was time for them to show their strength. A confrontation between 17 people and hundreds of people. Actually, they were not necessarily at a disadvantage because their overall strength was more powerful. The two armies faced each other. The slaughter began. Thunder and lightning intersected. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Corpses, blood, blade light. Everything seemed so cold and cruel. But this was the most realistic world of warriors. A bitter battle. This lasted for a full half an hour. Human devil corpses were all over the place. A few warriors also died on the side of the warriors. Only 12 of them were left. But it was obvious that they still had a huge advantage. Suddenly, at this time, a strange whistle sounded. The human devils suddenly retreated. From among them, a slender figure wearing a blood-red armor walked out. It should be a female devil. The long sword in her hand was also blood-red. The tip of the sword had an extra barb. Once it pierced and pulled out, even the internal organs would be pulled out. In this battle, more than half of the human devils were lost. That was why she suddenly appeared. In her cold eyes, there was a cruel glint. Devil cultivators are indeed powerful. It was the devil who gave you power. So today, you will return the power to the devil. This female devil's voice was very pleasant to hear, very tempting. The terrifying aura made everyone suffocate. End of chapter. Chapter 40, 139. Blood turtle dove. She is a blood turtle dove. Just like the scholar in white, she is a genius of the human demons. She is younger than the scholar in white, therefore, there is a slight gap between their strengths. But she is still an early 8th level Divine Core warrior. We are no match for her. The remaining 12 devil cultivators looked terrified, facing a heavenly core warrior. There was nothing they could do. Hey Ming, you go and help them. I'll handle these 13 giant devils. Seeing this, Black Pearl had no choice but to say, "Understood." Hey Ming seemed to listen to Black Pearl. Obviously, he knew Black Pearl's identity. Kill. The blood turtle dove ignored Hey Ming. Her speed was incredibly fast. During the battle, she was like a blood-colored turtle dove as she flew into the crowd. She swung her cold blood hook sword. The heads of the 2 Xioma cultivators had already been removed. He Ming chased after her. Although he had the strength, he couldn't attack the blood turtle dove. He was extremely anxious. What was even more depressing was that those human demons who had retreated had once again unleashed arrows from afar. Their target was Black Pearl. He Ming had no choice but to protect Black Pearl. Their disadvantage in numbers had caused them to suffer greatly. Right at this moment, the battle in the sky was raging like a raging fire. Yuan and the scholar in white were locked in a fierce battle. Both of their strengths were on par with each other. Naturally, they were in a stalemate. Out of the original 13 giant devils, only 10 were left. 3 of them were burned to death by He Ming. Although the remaining 10 were weak, they were only under Black Pearl's control. Black Pearl had to control these 10 giant devils, so she couldn't attack them. He was caught in a dilemma. Actually, if Yuan could kill the scholar in white, this battle would be over. But the problem was, could Yuan really do it? The scholar in white was fighting with a folding fan. However, this folding fan was as tough as a heavenly metal. It was also an immortal rank heavenly king weapon. No matter how strong Yuan was, she couldn't hurt him. On the ground, the 10 cultivators were fighting the blood turtle dove together. They were at a disadvantage, but luckily they didn't lose face, and none of them were dead. He Ming was protecting Black Pearl while attacking the human demons from afar. Both sides were in a stalemate. However, at this moment, the key factor that would determine the outcome of this battle appeared. The scholar in white holding the folding fan suddenly revealed a cold smile. A talisman appeared in his hand. It was a black talisman filled with strangeness and viciousness. This divine grade, heavenly king artifact spiritual talisman is prepared for you. He didn't want to use it at first, but seeing the human demons being killed by He Ming one after another, he couldn't take Yuan down for the time being. With the battle in such a stalemate, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them if more Xioma cultivators came. Therefore, he took it out. Nine Ingu demon. The talisman exploded. Black smoke suddenly filled the entire space. If the human demons wanted to rise again, how could they only place their hopes on the trolls? Gu demons were also one of their research directions. Gu demons and trolls were 2 completely opposite research directions. Trolls were existences that could become a fighting force. As for Gu demons, they were purely used to disgust people. The Nine Gu demon was the most insidious and vicious existence among the Gu demons developed by the human demon. Once released, the Gu demon would turn into smoke and invade the human body. Not only would the body feel powerless, but the blood and chi would also be absorbed. The scariest thing was even the soul would be affected by the Gu demon. For those with weaker soul strength, once they were affected by the Gu demon, they would wake up. They would become a walking corpse under the Gu demon's control. Of course, this was only a divine grade, Heavenly King Artifact Spiritual Talisman. If a heavenly core warrior circulated his true yuan to defend himself, he could still defend himself. As for an extreme core warrior, he would only need to consume half of his true yuan to defend himself. But it still couldn't stop the 9 Ingu demon from being terrifying. Within the human demon tribe, only those with extremely high status could have something like this. If the scholar in white didn't have a mission, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it. The moment the 9 Ingu demon exploded, Yuan, Black Pearl, Heiming, and the others all had terrified expressions. None of them expected that the enemy would have such a terrifying existence. A ferocious face even appeared in their souls. It was as if their souls were about to be devoured. That ferocious face was the true face of the 9 Ingu demon. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable screams kept ringing out. The few men who were still able to defend themselves against the blood-spotted dove instantly fell to the ground, tortured by the 9 Ingu demon. Even the blood-spotted dove didn't dare to stay within the range of the 9 Ingu demon. It scurried to the side. Blood-spotted dove, bring the other human demons and ambush the other warriors. Just leave the matters here to me. The scholar in white said in an indifferent tone, "Yes, sir." The blood-spotted dove flew into the sky and soon disappeared from the misty Thunder Mountain. No one knew how many more demon cultivators would suffer from this. Heiming desperately resisted the 9 Ingu demon, not letting it hurt Black Pearl. "Young master, don't hold on any longer. Let's run. This thing is too terrifying." In order to let Black Pearl escape, he let the 9 Ingu demon enter his body. His expression had become extremely ugly, but he was still a heavenly core warrior. He could still hold on. Black Pearl glanced at Heiming, then she clenched her teeth and circulated her true yuan, forming a golden light around her body. She was going all out now. No matter what, she couldn't just leave Heiming behind and run away. The golden light enveloped her and Heiming, but she coughed up blood. Controlling the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl already consumed a lot of true yuan and energy. Now, she still had to resist the 9 Ingu demon. She was really close to dying. She couldn't release the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. Once she released it, those 10 demon cultivators would be even more troublesome. Now, she could only hope that Yuan could kill the scholar in white. In the sky, Yuan's spear was madly thrusting out. A spear shadow was formed around his body. The 9 Ingu demon couldn't get close to him. He looked at the situation on the ground, then looked at the scholar in white. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and rushed towards the scholar in white. "If I kill you, the 9 Ingu demon won't work anymore." "Humph, you think you can kill me?" The scholar in white was actually a little depressed. After using the 9 Ingu demon's talisman, he also consumed a lot of energy. If Yuan really wanted to kill him, he would have to run away. In the end, all his previous efforts would be wasted. But he didn't expect that Yuan was just making a feint. Then he turned around and ran away. The scholar in white was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, this idiot!" Cough. Although he was very happy, he was obviously injured in the battle with Yuan. It wasn't good. The reason why he said Yuan was an idiot was because his situation wasn't good. Although he's an idiot, his combat strength is very strong. In a one-on-one fight, I'm really not his opponent. I have no choice but to use the 9 Ingu demon. This guy let the blood turtle dove leave because he was injured. There was something that was hard to say. Genius 1 second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4140. Human devils were much crueler than what the outside world had imagined. Once you showed your injuries in front of your own people, you would be brutally killed and eaten. Your strength would become someone else's as well. if the blood turtledove found out he was injured, it would never let him go. But luck was still on his side. Yulwan had escaped, and so had the blood turtledove. Only Black Pearl and Hei Ming were still struggling to defend against the 9 Yingu devils. Ha ha, Black Pearl, your demon-suppressing black blood pearl is pretty good. Too bad, you brought some useless teammates with you. I'd like to see if you still have the ability to go against me. The scholar in white slowly walked towards Black Pearl. Right at this moment, Hei Ming had completely fainted. In order to protect Black Pearl, he had used up all of his true yuan. Right now, he was on the verge of death. He wasn't far from death. Swoosh! A black object suddenly shot out from Black Pearl's right hand. The scholar in white sneered and blocked it with his folding fan. Although I'm injured, a trick like this is nothing to me. He was proud of himself. However, Black Pearl sneered, I knew you would block it. Explode. It was a heavenly core warrior's core that He Zhu had obtained from an unknown place. Suddenly, it exploded. The scholar in white was sent flying away. Blood splashed out from his body. Right at this moment, Black Pearl fell onto the ground. Only the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl was still controlling the 10 giant devils. Good move, Black Pearl. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. But if you can't kill me, what else can you do? The scholar in white sneered and crawled up from the ground. His entire body was aching. He felt like many of his bones were broken. He was staggering as he walked. Obviously, he was severely injured. But even so, his condition was better than Black Pearl's. Black Pearl smiled bitterly. Right now, she had no strength left. She could only wait for death. But for some reason, the young man's shadow kept flashing in front of her eyes. If he was here, would anything change? He was just a peak 6 Divine Core warrior. Hell's Shadow Strike. Right when Black Pearl was in despair, a cold voice suddenly sounded out from the darkness. A sword wrapped in darkness pierced into the body of the scholar in white. The terrifying power directly sent the scholar in white flying. Pooh! The scholar in white spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked in horror at the figure walking out of the darkness. Who are you? He would never have thought that someone had been hiding in the darkness, waiting to stab him, although he didn't manage to kill him. However, this greatly weakened his strength. As a member of the human demon clan, his physical body was extremely strong. However, he was continuously injured by Yulwan, the Black Pearl, and this sword. He was also in a lot of pain. Ling Xiao. When Black Pearl opened her eyes, she saw Ling Xiao attacking the scholar in white. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless when he failed to kill the scholar in white with a stab of his sword. He raised his sword and attacked again. Once again, he thrust his sword at the scholar in white's throat. The crimson gold sword, wrapped in mad-killing intent, was only an inch away from the scholar in white's neck. Ling Xiao could even feel the crimson gold sword piercing the scholar in white's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a success. As long as he killed the scholar in white, not only could he save the Black Pearl, but he could also get many good things. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A pair of heavenly demon horns grew on the scholar in white's head. His body also became much stronger. His skin seemed to be made of steel. It became extremely hard. The crimson gold sword stabbed the scholar in white's throat, but it could not pierce through. Instead, he was sent flying. Brat, I was almost killed by your sneak attack, just now. How can I be stabbed again this time? The scholar in white sneered. His body had completely changed. He had completely entered the form of a demon. A human demon was in 2 forms, human and demon. In human form, they could use many martial arts and secret techniques. In demon form, their physical body was even more terrifying, and they could use demon secret techniques. Of course, only human demons whose cultivation had reached the divine body realm could use demon form. The reason why the scholar in white had changed was because of the talisman. He knew that his talisman could only last for 3 minutes. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the talisman's effect was over, he would be at the mercy of this human. Heavenly demon soul voice. Suddenly, the white-robed scholar released waves of whispers from his mouth. This voice was the same one that Ling Xiao heard before. However, the voice was louder and more powerful. It was no wonder that people would die because of this voice. It was actually the heavenly demon soul voice. The human demon lineage had started to act long ago. It was just that it was a secret operation before, but now it was open and above board. However, while the heavenly demon soul voice was effective on others, it was ineffective on him. His heavenly demon I was of a higher level than the heavenly demon soul voice. Not to mention that his soul power was stronger than the other parties. Ling Xiao pretended to be affected by the heavenly demon soul voice and became crazy. His eyes were scarlet red. The scholar in white sneered and charged over, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with one palm strike. This abominable human brat had almost ruined his plan and almost killed him. He hated him very much. Wrath of the Black Soul. However, the moment the scholar in white pounced over, Ling Xiao smiled. The wrath of the Black Soul, which ignored defense, blasted out. The scholar in white had no way to block it. The distance was too close. The other party suddenly exploded again. In the end, he was hit head-on, and his body was sent flying again, blood spurting out wildly. Damn it! How could this be? How could you resist my heavenly demon soul voice? The scholar in white was repeatedly injured by Ling Xiao and was about to go crazy with anger. Look here. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and opened the heavenly demon eye. What? The scholar in white foolishly went to look. The moment he saw that terrifying pupil, his mind instantly fell into a daze. The transformation was also cancelled because of this. Ling Xiao sneered and took advantage of this opportunity. He directly used the heaven-covering palm. A palm flew out from the void and directly slapped down, turning the scholar in white into meat paste. His inner core was smashed to pieces. Of course, even though it was a smashed inner core, some energy was still flowing into Ling Xiao's body. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 30%. Although it was slow, it was still increasing. Once he broke through to the 7th divine core realm, his combat strength would skyrocket. The scholar in white is dead. Black Pearl never expected that the one who killed the scholar in white would be Ling Xiao. When the scholar in white released the talisman and transformed into his devil form, she thought Ling Xiao was dead for sure. But now, it looked like she was worried for nothing. Ling Xiao was much stronger than she had imagined. Eat this. Ling Xiao fed the healing pill into Black Pearl and Heiming's mouths. At the same time, he activated the 9-headed hell serpent beast soul and absorbed the 9 Ingu devil from their bodies. The 9 Ingu devil was extremely powerful. If it was used at a critical moment, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. End of chapter. Chapter 4141. This is for you. Black Pearl suddenly handed the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl over to Ling Xiao. For me, Ling Xiao was startled for a second. Such a treasure. He felt like it was a hot potato. That's right. Perhaps this item is only safe in your hands. Also, there are 10 giant devils in this demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. Roughly 10 days and 10 nights later, you'll be able to control all 10 giant devils. These are 10 early heavenly core giant devils. They will be very useful to you. Can't you just keep them for yourself? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Firstly, my survival skills are not as good as yours. Secondly, my total Zhen Yuan is not as good as yours. No matter which one it is, you are more suitable than me. In order to control these 10 giant devils, you'll need a huge amount of Zhen Yuan to refine them day and night. I can't handle it. If I keep them, I'll have to kill them all. What a waste. Black Pearl explained. All right then, I accept. Ling Xiao didn't reject anymore. He simply stored the demon-suppressing black blood pearl into his mountain river world. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao knew that something big had happened here, even if no one knew about it. It might not be safe for them to stay here. Therefore, after Black Pearl could move again, she threw the unconscious He Ming into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. No matter what, He Ming had fainted because of Black Pearl. She had to help him. After that, both of them continued moving forward and quickly left the scene. About half an hour after they left, more people suddenly appeared at the scene. One of them was Yu Wan, who had escaped earlier. The other three were Yu Feng, Yu Chun, and Yang Zhan. Yu Feng, Yu Chun, and Yang Zhan were stronger, so they were faster. They left the others behind. They were chasing after Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect to bump into Yu Wan. When Yu Wan saw the reinforcements, she quickly returned. But who would have thought that, when they arrived, what they saw was completely different from what they had imagined? The scholar in white is dead. Yu Wan stared at the scholar in white in shock. His storage ring was nowhere to be found. Black Pearl and He Ming were gone as well. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything at the scene was too strange. Could it be that an expert made a move and saved He Jinju and He Ming? He killed Scholar in White again. Yu Wan frowned. Regardless of whether or not that is the case, that demon-suppressing black blood pearl definitely cannot be held by a little girl. That thing should belong to our Yu family. Not to mention the power of the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. Just the symbolic meaning of it being something bestowed by the Devil Emperor means that it absolutely cannot fall into the hands of others. Yu Feng said coldly, "Let's go. We might find something unexpected along the way." At this moment, Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what was happening behind him. They continued on their way to Puppet City in the west. Along the way, he looked for opportunities to find the demonic Dutchman's flower. What powerful energy! The black pearl suddenly stopped. She had a strange treasure in her hand. It was a candle. When the candle neared a nearby cave, it suddenly burned wildly. This candle of mine is called the treasure-hunting candle. Only when it sensed the aura of a treasure would it suddenly burst into flames. From the looks of it, there must be some treasure in this cave. It might even be the demonic epiphyllum. Do you want to go? The black pearl looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. The reason he entered Fengdu Devil Forest this time was for the demonic epiphyllum. Now that he had sensed the aura of the demonic epiphyllum, how could he let it go? Let's go. The black pearl walked in front, and the candle burned more and more fiercely. Both of them were very careful. Walala! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw a black mass of things flying over. It's lightning bats. Let me do it. Ling Xiao rushed to the front and entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation. Flames wrapped around his body, illuminating the cave. After those bats flew over, they were all burned to death by the terrifying strange flames. They let out miserable cries as their bodies burned like charcoal. Ling Xiao just walked forward. He did not even need to attack. The lightning bats along the way could not get close to him at all. Anyway, the width of the cave could only allow one person to pass through. As long as Ling Xiao stayed in front, the Black Pearl would not be injured. After a long time, the scene in front of them suddenly became bright. In the huge belly of the mountain, there was a huge space. At the entrance, there was a teleportation gate flashing with a faint white light. A small world. I did not expect there to be a small world here. Previously, Ling Xiao had obtained the heaven-shrouding palm. He wondered what he would get this time. Let's go. The two of them passed through the teleportation gate and came to a vast world. As for how big it was, they did not know. Anyway, they could not see the end of it. The flames of the treasure-hunting candle were still burning. They could confirm that the treasure was inside. Be careful. Small worlds usually have a unique law system. It is very likely that powerful beasts and monsters will appear. I even suspect that the demonic humans might be hiding here. You have to be very, very careful. The Black Pearl reminded. We're thinking of the same thing. I've also smelled the aura of the demonic humans. As a beast god, Ling Xiao was very sensitive to smells and auras. From the moment he stepped into the cave, he had already smelled a very strange scent. It was very similar to the scholar in white. Then what do we do? Should we retreat? The Black Pearl asked worriedly. The scholar in white had already made them suffer. If this was really the demonic humans' nest, they would be in trouble. It's impossible to back out. Since we are already here, we can't just leave without doing anything. How about this? Let's go in and take a look. If we encounter any trouble, you can hide in my Dong Sheng Emperor ring. I will think of a way to escape. Ling Xiao might not be confident in other things, but when it came to escaping, Ling Xiao believed that he was at least the best in this Fengdu demon forest. All right, I will listen to you. The Black Pearl nodded. Perhaps he was just scaring himself. Even if the demonic humans had a nest here, it might not be their main one. Perhaps there were other nests in other places. In order to survive, the demonic humans would definitely not let all their members gather together. Otherwise, they would be easily wiped out. In this dark and damp small world, there was not a single trace of light. There were many glowing crystals here. Although it was not too bright, it was not too dark either. Moreover, any martial artist had the ability to see in the dark. This was not a problem at all. Ling Xiao continued to walk in front. The Black Pearl paid attention to the movement behind him. This was not the tunnel. Basically, they could encounter danger if they went forward or backward. It was better for each of them to take care of one side. Humph, humph. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Then, a black shadow flashed out from the strange stone forest. End of chapter. Chapter 41-42. A black shadow suddenly flashed out from the forest of strange rocks. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just threw out a punch. With the help of the Tai Chi eye, he knew how strong these monsters were. Although he had deactivated the undying bird beast soul transformation, he was still able to fight them. But even with his true form, his defensive martial skill had reached the level of an 8th Order Emperor realm. As long as it wasn't a heavenly core warrior, he had nothing to fear. Besides, he had swallowed the heavenly devil Thunder Jade, and in order to activate its power, he had to use his body to fight more battles. Bang! He threw out a punch, and it landed squarely on the Dark Shadow's body. The Dark Shadow let out a miserable shriek, and it was smashed onto a rock nearby. It then plunged into a stalactite. It was a swamp tusk boar. It had the strength of a peak Earth Core warrior. It was best at ambushing its prey in the dark. Its terrifying impact could even kill a warrior at the same level as it. Most importantly, it was extremely fast. If you couldn't hit it with a single attack, it would find a chance to kill you. Even if it couldn't kill you, it would find a way to escape. When it came back again, it would bring a group of its own kind with it. Therefore, it was best to kill it with a single attack. If not, it would be very troublesome. After that, both of them encountered many strange demon beasts. But with Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, these monsters were nothing. What both of them were worried about the most was the demon-human clan. The scholar in white was too scary. The blood turtle dove was nowhere to be seen. Who could be sure that there wasn't a stronger demon-human here? As the saying goes, whatever you want will come to you. While both of them were thinking, suddenly a dense rain of arrows came from the dark. All of them were filled with evil aura, human demons. Through the Tai Chi eye, a group of about 100 human demons was hiding in a dark corner. They were shooting evil arrows at them. They are not human demons. Black Pearl also noticed those things. She shook her head and said, those should be Gorlin demons that were first researched by the demon-human clan. Gorlin demons are the lowest level demon beasts in the Black Tortoise continent. That was why the demonic human clan had used them for research purposes. The Gorin demons developed are much more powerful than Gorin beasts, and their intelligence is also stronger. Ice Aeon. While the Black Pearl was explaining, Ling Xiao had already released Ice Aeon. All the arrows fell to the ground before they could reach them. Although these Gorin demons were not as strong as the giant demons, they were still at the Earth Core realm. 100 Earth Core realm Gorin demons were not easy to deal with. You're injured. Continue to heal yourself. I'll deal with them. On one hand, Ling Xiao was concerned about Black Pearl's injuries. On the other hand, he hoped that he could improve his physical body through battles. He wanted to absorb more of the heavenly devil Thunderjade. All right, Black Pearl also understood that these goblins were not difficult for Ling Xiao. The most troublesome ones were still existences at the level of the scholar in white. Therefore, the most important thing for her now was to recover as soon as possible. As long as her body recovered, it would be more convenient for him to help Ling Xiao later. The Gorin demons noticed that the arrows did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Therefore, they all rushed out. More than 100 Gorin demons were like more than 100 short monsters. Not to mention their ugly appearance, the key point was that each of them had green skin. It made people uncomfortable to look at them. They were mumbling, and no one could understand what they were saying. Just as the Black Pearl said, the Gorin demons were much stronger than the Gorin beasts. Not only did they have superior physical fitness, they were not strong enough, but they were flexible enough. And among this group of Gorin demons, there was a guy who stood out from the rest. His body was stronger, and he looked more powerful. Other than that ugly face that was similar to other Gorin demons, there seemed to be no other similarities. Come on. Ling Xiao stretched his body. Suddenly, he bent his legs, stepped on the ground, and shot out like a spring. He directly attacked the Gorin demons. Oh my God, this human is not bad. He's not afraid at all after seeing us. He actually dares to charge over. That's not right. Where's that woman? We have to rely on this woman to reproduce. Gorin beasts originally had the habit of living like ants. The queen of Gorin beasts reproduced. But after becoming a Gorin demon, there was a change. Their terrifying reproduction ability could even achieve heterogeneous reproduction. Human women were also treated horribly by Gorin demons. Many villages near the Fengdu Devil Forest had been massacred, and all the men had been killed. The women were taken away. At first, Ling Xiao couldn't understand their language, but the Tai Chi I could translate everything for him. Forget it. Let's take care of this man first. That woman might be hiding. One of the Gorin demons rushed towards Ling Xiao. Although he was short, his muscles were very developed. Holding the long spear with both hands, he kicked his legs and directly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. He believed that he could win, because his spear had once stabbed a human perfect Earth Core realm martial artist to death. And the man in front of him obviously did not have a high cultivation as that guy. Die for me. Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade, and directly punched the long spear. Crack! The long spear broke into several pieces. While the Goron demon was still in shock, he saw a terrifying fist the size of a jar in front of his eyes. There was no time to react. Bang! His brain completely lost its ability to think. He was directly sent flying. In midair, he did not let out a scream. Because his head directly exploded, the corpse fell to the ground, and the rest of the Goron demons were shocked. They finally realized that perhaps they had underestimated this seemingly weak human. Attacked together. The leader of the Goron demons roared. Actually, there was no need for him to say that. More than a dozen long spears had turned into javelins and directly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step and easily avoided these attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The long spears stabbed at the position where he was standing. The body of the spear was still shaking. Goron demons are more terrifying than I imagined. At the same cultivation level, human martial artists are not a match for these guys. It seems like the demonic human clan is really trying their best to make their clan stronger. Ling Xiao looked at the long spears. The attack power was definitely enough to pierce through his black, tortoise divine body. He did not dare to be negligent. He quickly entered the King Kong ape beast soul transformation in order to train the strength of his body. This transformation was the best kind. Oh my God, this kid can actually transform. Brothers, kill him and let the masters study him. The leader of the Goron demons shouted again. The group of Goron demons almost simultaneously pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cold eyes flashed with a cruel light. Facing the Goron demons who were rushing towards him, he actually rushed out again. End of chapter. Chapter 41-43. How could the goblin demons notice Ling Xiao's change? The difference between beast soul transformation and non-transformation was huge. They could only use their own lives to test it. Boom! Golden light flashed on both arms. Ling Xiao punched forward with both fists. The power this time was so great that it couldn't be compared to the previous punch. More than a dozen goblin demons were sent flying. You hit me, I hit you. Some spat out blood. Some had their brains burst. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Falling Plum Shadow. It was not over yet. After Ling Xiao attacked, he immediately used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. One person turned into two, like a wolf or a flock of sheep. In the eyes of the goblin demons, Ling Xiao was too fast. So fast that they saw Ling Xiao's shadow everywhere. Every time they wanted to rush forward, they would find that they directly hit Ling Xiao's fist. It was like they were taking the initiative to commit suicide instead of fighting. Damn it! Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, the goblin demon leader was furious. With a roar, he pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was naturally on guard against him. Seeing this guy coming over, he did not dodge. He flew up and kicked. Golden light wrapped around his right leg. The power was frightening. It directly kicked through the body of the goblin demon leader. Human, so scary. The last goblin demon collapsed on the ground. 100 goblin demons were all killed. Blood dyed the ground red. And Ling Xiao also felt that during the battle, the demonic Thunder Jade was constantly being absorbed. It was obvious that his physical fitness was constantly improving. After the battle, he released the Black Pearl. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, the Black Pearl was very surprised. Even for me, it is not easy to kill these goblin demons. You're much stronger than I thought you would be, especially your physical body. How exactly did you cultivate it? So enviable. Let's not talk about this. I seem to feel a very powerful demonic aura. Although Ling Xiao was praised for being good, his brows were still tightly furrowed. He could sense that something unexpected was about to happen. What they had guessed about the human demon, Lair was most likely true. Boom. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have suddenly lit up. The glowing red lights were particularly eye-catching in this small world. In this blood-red light, Ling Xiao saw at least 1,000 humanoid devils, tens of thousands of forest demons, and hundreds of giant demons. Although he had guessed this before, his heart still couldn't help but beat faster when he saw these human devils. The human demon had actually built an army camp in this small world. It was obvious that he had lived here for a long time. The worst thing was that they had been discovered by these guys. Furthermore, the human demon army was closing in on them. The two of them were in a very dangerous situation. Logically speaking, both Ling Xiao and the Black Pearl should be panicking right now. But in reality, Ling Xiao wasn't nervous at all. The Black Pearl looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Her originally uneasy mood was also smoothed out by Ling Xiao's calmness. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't as good as hers, but he could still keep calm. What did she have to be afraid of? Qi Yaoguang, Qi Niming, can you fight? At this time, Ling Xiao calmly calculated his battle strength. I'm fine. It's just that my brother hasn't recovered yet. He can fight, but he can't last too long. Qi Yaoguang replied, That's good. Qi Niming, if a human demon of the extreme dance stage appears, you can deal with it. If not, you can continue to heal. No problem. Qi Niming had already rested for a long time and had already recovered part of his battle strength. But because he was hit by the demonic blood palm, he couldn't last too long. I also want to fight. He Ming also woke up at this time. He listened to the Black Pearl's narration of what happened later and was naturally grateful to Ling Xiao for saving his life. You should forget about it. Recuperate well. You can't even stand up. Just as he finished speaking, the army had already surrounded them. There were a few guys standing at the front of the army. All of them were Heavenly Core warriors. The strongest one was a peak Heavenly Core warrior, and he was as strong as the scholar in white. He had a pair of black devil horns on his head. His skin was red. Even her hair was a fiery red. There was a long blade on his waist. That is the young master of the human demon tribe, Mo Hongwan. He is stronger than the scholar in white, and I think he has more treasures than the scholar in white as well. The Black Pearl was the young master of the Black Flame sect, so she knew a lot about the human demon tribe. The second guy had no horns on his head, and his skin was pale white. He looked old, and one of his eyes was squinting. No one knew if he was blind or used to it. The most frightening thing about this guy was the gourd in his hand. He had a feeling that something would pop out from it. That guy is called Throwing Dagger Hidden. He's good at taking people's lives. He is also a peak Heavenly Core warrior. The Black Pearl continued. The third guy was a girl. Her face was covered with a black veil, her skin was green, and she had a long tail. She had a great body, and she only had a single horn on her head. No one knew what kind of abilities she had, but her cultivation was much weaker than the other two. She was only an early Heavenly Core warrior. That girl is called Zi Yuan. Don't underestimate her. I heard that she will transform into a devil the moment she is born. She is very scary. The fourth guy was a strong man. He was about 3 meters tall, and he looked like a strength-type warrior. His name is Black Barbarian. He is Zi Yuan's brother. He is also a late Heavenly Core warrior, but his combat strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, these four were the leaders of the army. All of them were stronger than Ling Xiao. Mo Hongwan, Throwing Dagger Hidden, Zi Yuan, Black Barbarian, the Red Turtle Dove Outside, and the Scholar in White who just died. This group of human demons is really scary. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Without hesitation, he summoned Qi Yaoguang. Sisters, please be careful when dealing with Mo Hongwan and Throwing Dagger Hidden. I will think of a way to deal with the rest. If you can't defeat them, don't fight them head-on, just retreat. There were too few people on his side, and Ling Xiao had only made the most reliable arrangement. At the same time, he used the Dongsheng Emperor ring to summon 1,000 heroic souls. These heroic souls were all peak 6th Heavenly Core warriors. They had the same cultivation as him, but in terms of combat strength, they were no match for him. But no matter what, this would reduce the pressure on him. Black Pearl, the Black Flame sect, has been destroyed by the Yu family. Why are you still helping those humans? Why don't you just join us? Mo Hongwan obviously knew who Black Pearl was, he said with a smile on his face. Not interested. Black Pearl replied coldly. If that's the case, you can die here. Mo Hongwan suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out the long blade on his waist and leapt towards Black Pearl. The friction between the long blade and the air produced a strange sound. It was very harsh. Judging from the attack's movement and speed, one could easily tell how powerful this attack was. End of chapter. Chapter 41-44. Die? Since I dared to come here, I'm not prepared to die. If I really want to die, you guys can go and die. Black Pearl stood there and sneered. She waved her hand, and a ball of black, true essence condensed into 2 balls of black fire. The black fire turned into a lotus and actually condensed into 81 flowers. Then she released them all. The black fire burned and roared. She actually wanted to burn Mo Hongmaru and his subordinates to death. In the previous battle, the Black Pearl was held back in order to trap the 13 powerful giant demons. She didn't use her true strength. But today, she didn't have any worries, so she naturally wanted to go crazy. Boom. Whoosh. Although Mo Hongmaru and the others blocked or avoided the lotus formed by the black fire. Not every human demon could avoid it. The group of goblin demons behind Mo Hongmaru were the first to be unlucky. When the black fire lotus touched them, their bodies immediately burned. They let out miserable cries and rolled on the ground. In an instant, they were burned alive. In an instant, over 100 of them died. I'll go too. For some reason, Qi Yaoguang had a very strange idea. She didn't want Black Pearl to show off in front of Ling Xiao alone. So she also wanted to make a move. The water of the Jasper Pool poured down like a torrential rain. The target was Throwing Dagger Shell. Of course, at the same time, it also enveloped the other human demons, goblin demons, and giant demons. Similarly, they killed over 100 enemies. Then, Black Pearl and Mo Hongmaru fought. Qi Yaoguang and Throwing Dagger Shou fought. 1,000 Donghuang spirits had already started a frontal battle with the goblin demons. Of course, the one who had to face the most enemies was still Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao had never been afraid of the enemy's numbers. Bloodthirsty Plague. He first released the Bloodthirsty Plague, and a large area of red fog quietly began to weaken the strength of all the enemies. This was a large area support skill. Hell Hydra's 9-snake poison domain. This was also a skill that worked together with the Bloodthirsty Plague. Not only could it hide the special effect of the Bloodthirsty Plague, at the same time, it could also poison those demons. Demons used poison, but it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of it. 10,000 snakes. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes pounced out, assisting the 1,000 Donghuang spirits. Of course, this wasn't the end. In the dark and damp underground, water was abundant. Ling Xiao released his canopied beast, Martial Soul, once again. Water giant. Yellow Springs water. The water giant continued to assist the Eastern Emperor's spirit in battle. The water of the Yellow Springs continuously corroded the enemy. Then, he released the Cerberus beast's soul. Scorching Hell. Hell's Gate. The Scorching Hell was formed, and the magma monsters began to wreak havoc. Attack the enemy. The gates of hell opened, and thousands of skeleton soldiers and death knights stepped out. Although their combat strength was not considered strong. However, there were so many of them. At the very least, they could be used as cannon fodder to weaken the enemy. 10,000 beasts' blood refining formation. Plague bone dissolving formation. Lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. Ling Xiao didn't hold back and took out all of his abilities to deal with the beast tide. Only then could they make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Kid, do you want to make your 10 trolls stronger? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. I haven't controlled them yet. How am I supposed to control them if I make them stronger? Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile on his face. You have the demon-suppressing black blood pearl, but its true purpose is not to suppress the devils. Its purpose is to strengthen the devils. Yuan Venerate explained. In the past, your master had some connections with the Demon Emperor, and we talked about the use of this item. I even helped you modify it. You just need to kill those human devils, Gorlin devils, and giant devils, then draw their blood into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. Then you can condense the truly terrifying demonic black blood pill. This item can only be used by the devils. If you use it well, you can raise the combat strength of those giant devils to the extreme core realm. According to my calculations, even if you kill all the devils here, not including those human devils, you can still cultivate 3 perfect heavenly core giant devils. Although the giant devils can't use any martial skills, they can only fight with their bodies. However, you should know how much help a perfect heavenly core giant devil can give you at your current stage. So powerful. Ling Xiao really didn't expect the demon-suppressing black blood pearl to have such an effect. It looked like the people of the Black Flame sect were really wasting resources. Although this cultivation method was really evil, but who would care? In the mystic world, the one with the biggest fist was the king. If you couldn't even survive, why would you care about evil? That was just ridiculous. Kill that kid. He's really troublesome. Right at this moment, Zi Yuan and He Man both rushed towards Ling Xiao. Because they saw it. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation base wasn't high, it was really troublesome. Almost all the large-scale attacks and massacres were carried out under his command. If they didn't kill Ling Xiao, the situation would be really bad for them, because they could feel that the longer Ling Xiao's formation was maintained, the stronger it became. Falling plum blossom steps. When Ling Xiao saw the 2 guys rushing towards him, he didn't want to fight them head-on. Instead, he used the falling plum blossom steps to avoid them. At the same time, he unleashed the falling plum blossom steps. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon sword appeared in his hands. In today's battle, if he didn't risk his life would be taken away by others. So, of course, he had to use his sharpest weapon. Purple lightning bull beast spirit, earth shaking. The moment he dodged, he released earth shaking. All the demons felt the world spinning. Some of the demons even fell to the ground. Innate God and Devil Seal slaughterhouse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao struck out with both swords. Violent and dense sword chi enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, the demons that fell to the ground were all killed by the sword light. It wasn't that they were too stupid, but that all of Ling Xiao's attacks were just right. It was completely released at the right time. The strangest thing happened at this moment. The demon-suppressing black blood bead actually released transparent threads that stuck to the bodies of the dead demons. In an instant, their blood was sucked dry. It merged into the demon, suppressing black blood bead. It's really evil. After the demon suppressing black blood bead absorbed the blood, it began to refine the demon black blood pill on its own. During this process, Ling Xiao didn't even need to control it. It was all done automatically. Black Pearl, do you know what kind of good thing you gave me? With this thing, my strength will definitely undergo a terrifying change. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao became more and more excited. Innate God and Devil Seal, Bloodthirsty Forest. Another move was released immediately after. Iseon. At the same time, the Power of Frost was released. Together with the Bloodthirsty Forest, it was another large wave of harvest. Ling Xiao might have a headache dealing with warriors who were stronger than him, but as long as their strength was inferior to him, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. A large amount of blood continued to be absorbed by the demon suppressing black blood bead. Finally, a demon black blood pill was condensed. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was a living thing filled with terrifying magic power. This was condensed after killing hundreds of demonic beasts. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-45. Ling Xiao deliberately didn't fight with Zi Yuan and Black Barbarian. He only killed a large number of minions. The siblings couldn't do anything but worry. Their speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's. What could they do? Attack the Black Pearl or Qi Yaoguang? If that was the case, Ling Xiao would definitely launch a sneak attack. Attack the Eastern Emperor's spirit? Ling Xiao didn't care. After all, even if the Eastern Emperor's spirit died, it could be summoned again after a day. It was summoned as cannon fodder. He didn't feel sorry for it. Blood, screams, sword beams. The devils were killed one after another. A large amount of blood flowed into the demon, suppressing black blood pearl. Another demon black blood pill was successfully condensed. Kill. Suddenly, a giant devil charged at Ling Xiao. This giant devil was also difficult to deal with. Although his combat strength was not as good as Black Barbarian and Zi Yuan, but he was still an early Heavenly Core warrior. Ling Xiao really couldn't do anything to him. When he wanted to dodge, he found that there was no way out. He was surrounded in the sky and on the ground. Run! Why don't you run? Zi Yuan let out an angry roar. After struggling for a long time, they finally trapped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was too difficult to deal with. But fortunately, they had more people. They had the advantage of numbers. I'm not afraid of you. Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in his hand. It was the divine grade, Heavenly King weapon flying sword talisman that he had bought in the Eastern Puppet City. The flying sword talisman shone brightly. A flying sword directly pierced through the head of one of the giant devils. The giant devil's entire head was cut off. It was this gap that allowed Ling Xiao to escape. The giant devil's blood was also sucked into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. The effect of the demon-suppressing black blood pearl was very secretive. In addition, it was a chaotic battle, so no one could see it clearly. No one had time to pay attention to it. After escaping, Ling Xiao became even more careful. His flying sword talisman could only be used 3 times, so he couldn't be careless. If he was trapped again, he would have to use the Earth Golden Light skill. That thing not only consumed true essence, but also consumed physical strength, so it couldn't be used too much. Moreover, it was easy to expose his trump card. Very bad. At this moment, in the sky, the battle between Black Pearl and Red Devil Maru, as well as Qi Yaoguang and Flying Dagger Show, had already reached its climax. They were locked in battle. Seeing that the 2 women were not in danger, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to harvest the heads of the demons. Young master, think of something. This brat is very crafty. Purple Yuan and Black Barbarian couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, so they could only ask Mo Hongmaru for help, even if Mo Hongmaru couldn't be separated. However, he had many treasures on him. Suddenly, a mirror was thrown out. Ling Xiao did not even have time to dodge before he was sucked in. Then, Zi Yuan also rushed in. Little brother, you kill all those guys outside. Leave this brat to me. Ling Xiao found himself in a strange space. There was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness around them. The space was almost endless, as if there was no end to it. This should be a space-type magic treasure used to restrain the opponent. Just as he was thinking, Zi Yuan had already charged in. At this time, the anxiety on her face had disappeared. There was only ridicule and contempt. Those blood-red pupils stared at Ling Xiao condescendingly. Let's see where you can run now, running around like a mouse. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Zi Yuan sneered. Tisk, it's not your treasure. What are you being so arrogant for? Ling Xiao glanced at Zi Yuan disdainfully. He could feel that this mirror-like space treasure was even more powerful than his martial spirit barrier. It could completely block everything from the outside world. Even his Taiji, I could not see the situation outside. Arrogant brat, what is your name? Zi Yuan was not angry, because she knew that there was no need for her to be angry here. Anyway, Ling Xiao could no longer hurt her subordinates. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you if we fight one-on-one? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. Outside, he did not dare to reveal all his trump cards. But inside, he could use the tyrant martial spirit without any distractions. In the end, who would be the one to die? This stupid human demon really didn't know in his heart. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zi Yuan was angry again. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying and dangerous aura coming from the void. He did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly used the falling plum clear shadow steps to dodge. At this time, he realized that there was no way to fly in this space. Moreover, even his speed would be greatly reduced. This was the most terrifying part of this space. Invincible Vajra. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao hurriedly released the invincible Vajra. The devil's claw in the void stretched out. It was directly attached to the invincible Vajra. The invincible Vajra was heavily shattered. That terrifying power even sent Ling Xiao flying. The moment he fell to the ground, he felt a chill all over his body, as if he was about to be frozen. Although the invincible Vajra blocked the opponent's killing blow. But the price was not small. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? This magic treasure was prepared for you. In here, your speed is useless. Zi Yuan did not continue to attack, because she also suffered a loss. The flames released by the invincible Vajra burned her hands, although they were healed in an instant, but it also stalled for time, giving Ling Xiao time to catch his breath. Otherwise, if Zi Yuan continued to attack, Ling Xiao would really have a headache. This woman, no, it should be said that she is a female demon. Her attack power is extremely powerful. Her attack speed is also extremely fast. It seems that this space only restricts the speed of the enemy, but not the user and the user's allies. It's really a good thing. Ling Xiao stood there, holding two swords in his hands. He had already recovered. His body was extremely strong, and he would not be injured by just one attack. Zi Yuan was only at the early heavenly core realm. There was no way she could instantly kill him. Bah, as long as I'm not dead, don't be too happy. The final winner is still unknown. With two swords in his hands, Ling Xiao charged forward. Innate seal of celestial and devil myriad beast unification. A brutal force was gathering in the two swords. This surprised Zi Yuan. According to her prediction, Ling Xiao would definitely try to escape. She really did not expect Ling Xiao to take the initiative to attack. Should I say that you are brave, or should I say that you have lost your mind? How dare you attack me? Zi Yuan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Then she punched out with both her fists. The berserk sword chi was actually completely dispersed. Zi Yuan's punch broke through the sword energy and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying backwards. He felt like his bones had been shattered. He fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. He quickly drank a big mouthful of qi and blood wine. The healing effect of the qi and blood wine was even better than his healing pill. His broken bones were still healing, and they were still intact. Not only that, a large amount of the heavenly devil Thunder Jade's power was also mobilized. It poured into his body. Lightning could be seen jumping up and down on his body. But that terrifying devil energy, end of chapter.